Welcome to MacroCode. If you are new to this channel, consider subscribing. So today we are going to start a very interesting series that is building a smart farm management system with the ASPNETCore API and using React as the front end. So if you want to see how this works, so stay tuned as we are going to begin with creating a simple ASPNETCore web API, setting the foundation of the backend system. Then we should be able to begin and proceed with the front end later. So I'm going to create a simple API for our project. So let me just open my Visual Studio. So let me open my Visual Studio. So just a minute. So this is my VS Code, Visual Studio. So let me remove some of this. Then I can create a new project. So on this project of ours, we are going to create a smart farm management system. And for the initial setup, we are going to begin with an API. So I'll just create a ASPNETCore web API. Then we are going to call this as smart farm management system. Then we call it web API. Then we have our location. So this is where our files will be stored. So since we have that there, then we can proceed and now proceed and add everything to that particular folder. So I'll just go and do next. Then here we are using .NET 10. Authentication type, I'll just say none. Then configure for HTTPS, then enable OpenAPI support, and that is it. So then I can proceed and create our project. So let me just create the project. So we have our API. So you can see now we have our API there. So this API that you have, that you see here, I want us to add, so we have our program.cs. We are using OpenAPI. We have weather forecast. So let me just add some few things. So what I want us to do, I want us to add Swagger on our project. Then we'll just proceed and add a NuGet package manager console here. I'll just come here and I'll just do your Swagger. So I'll just do Swagger. Then I'll just do here Swagger and I'll install it. I can do Swagger Gen. Just do Swagger Gen and Swagger UI. So once we have that, I'll just come to our app, and instead of saying, I'll say here add Swagger Gen. Then here I'll say use Swagger, and I can also, so let me zoom in, I can also say use Swagger UI. So that's what we need to do. Now let me just a minute, confirm something here. So I'll just say that. So just a minute. So I'll just come here and just a minute. So then I'll publish that. So I just want to ensure Let me just check. So we have our Swagger. So if I just launch our API, you should be able to see our API. So let's just launch our API and see. So let's just check on our properties. So let's check on the endpoint. So that is the URL. So I'll just come here and I'll add, I can say Swagger. So we should be able to see our API. So this is our API, and that now so we now have our API. So this is our Smart Farm Management System Web API. And if you try this, you'll be able to get our some of the data. Now, that's a simple way on how on what we've just done. So we are going to reformat this application and add some few features. Now, let's just arrange our project into something better. Now, I'll have my API here. I'll create a folder. So let me just create a folder called domain. I'll also create another folder. So you're just going to create a simple, call it infrastructure. And then, so let me just call it infrastructure. So we'll just call this infrastructure. Then you can have persistence. I'll just create here another folder, all persistence, and that's fine. Now, the next thing that I want us to do is I want us to create some key models that we are going to use in our application. But first thing, I want us to install some NuGets. So I'll just come to, I'll stop this. I'll install some NuGets, and that is EFCO. So let's just install EFCO. Then once we have our EFCO, I'll just come here, install our entity framework core. Then we can also add design. Just add design here. Then we are going to use SQL Server. So I'll just install SQL Server. So that's what we are going to add. Then accept. Then you have EFCO and do your tools. Then I'll just install it. So then accept. So once we have that, so I'll have the weather forecast. I'll have my NuGets installed, so you can see them here. So once we have that, I think we are good now to go. So there are some models that I want us to create. So the first thing that the first thing that I want us to do on our entities. So let's just first create a database. You are going to call this database app. Call it app database. So that's our app database. So the first thing that we are going to do is I'm going to create a base entity. So I'll just come here to models. I'll call this base entity. I'll call this base entity. Then for this base entity, I'm going to have some properties here. I'm going to say here public int. So int ID, I have that. Then we have code. Then you can say description. Do here description. Then you can do here boolean. Say is active. Say bool. Say is active. Is active. Say here is deleted. Is deleted. Then we have created by. So I'll say I'll also have created by. Say created by, and then we have created on. Then we can do here modified by, then modified on. Then we can also have deleted by and deleted. You can say deleted by, and also deleted on. But these ones we need to have this nullable. Also this one should be nullable, and also this one. But these other ones should not be nullable. Then I want us to add an ID. So let's add another ID here. Call it branch. Call it branch. So this should be, say here int. Call this branch ID. And also this one, you can have this as int. That's fine. Then we have raw version. So I'll just come here and say, let me just put this as long. I can also put these ones. I think these other ones are fine. Then that is long. Then you can say here raw version. So this should be byte array. So I'll just do this. Then I can say raw version. So since we have this, then so this will be the parent of nearly every table. That's why we are creating it. And we are going to reuse it in most of our entities. Now, the next thing that I want us to do is our auditable entity. So we are going to create all that. So let's just begin now. So we have our base entity. So I'm going to create another entity here called auditable entity. And this auditable entity that we have now, we need to so this one, we need to inherit the base entity. So this is our auditable. So let's just do that. So let's just proceed, and we need now to have our So we'll have our auditable entity. Just accept that. Then here, I want us to create another folder called authentication. Then we have another folder called organization. Then we are going to have another folder which will be storing different entities for farmer, then for farm. Here we'll have a folder for farm. Then we have a folder for crop. We'll have a folder for crop. Then we have the folder for livestock. Then we'll have inventory. We'll have a folder here for inventory. Then we'll have procurement. We'll have procurement. We'll also have sales. Also have sales. Then we now have finance. And then we have we'll see, we can add now like HR that will be managing some of the data that we have. So that's a simple way on how we are doing this. So I want us now, remember we have every model that we are going to store. Now for these particular entities, so I want us to create within this, we have a common, let's just create here, we say we have common entities, and these common entities, we have these two, so you can move it here. So let's just cut this, paste it here. Also cut this, paste it here. So we'll now be having, and common, we have the auditable entity, and we have our base entity, which has all this. Then now we have a class. So I want us to have a class called company. Then we also have a branch, assuming you have a branch. So the companies will be having branches, assuming you also have departments. So I'll just come here and say department. Then we'll have the business units. So we'll add business units. Then cost center. Sorry. So if you're watching our video and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So if I come on this common, I can also add another class for cost center. Then we have the location. So I'll come here and add location. So that is fine. We now have the authentication, which is there. So we need to have application user. So we are going to add application user, and this application user will inherit from identity user. So identity user. So I want it to inherit from here, and you can see, so this should come from that. So we are going to extend that. Then we have the application role. So I'll also add the application role. Then this one is also going to extend from application identity role. Identity role. So there we go. Then we also have a model for permission, where we'll be controlling our permission. Then we have role permission. We'll be having roles permission. Then we have user session. We'll be maintaining that. So let me just keep that in mind. Then we have a refresh token. So we need to be maintaining our refresh token. So we are going to use React. Then we have password history. So we are going to track the history of users. That is, then we have the login history. We are also going to maintain that. Then we have user claim. So that is under. So all this, I want us to can see how this looks like, and we are going to maintain all that. Now, this is very important because we are going to ensure that we have all these fields. But now, I want us to, we've created a lot of fields, but we need to fill in the properties. So I want us to fill in properties for some of these fields that we have. So we've done, I think we've done the ID, code, then we have the name. We didn't add the name here. We should actually add here the name. We do here name, and that should guide us as we proceed. And let me just check if we have live. So if you are following our video, just subscribe, like the comment down below, and also let's follow. So we have the name, we have is deleted, created by, we have the, so we need to add one thing here. So created by, I think these here, we should change some things here. I want to move, so let's remove this here. And these we should just add it to the auditable here. So then we have created by, created on, modified by, and deleted by, and that. Then for the base, we just have the name, description, is active, is deleted. Then we have branch, but also before branch, we need to have your company. We have the company ID. So since we have that, then we have the raw version. Then here we can just say default. We can do this should be default. Fine. Now we have our audit table, but we need also to do, we need something. So I want us to do base lookup on this common. I can do here base lookup entity. So for this base lookup, I can do auditable entity. Then here I can say public int, then display, can do display order. Then I can say here string, say color code. Then I can close this. Then if we do that, we can also do icon. Can do here icon. Then I can say here bool. I can do here bool. Remove that, and I can say is system. So this should automatically be false. So I have my base lookup entity. Then I want us now to define the properties for a company. So this application of ours will be multi-tenant. So that's first thing that you need to do. So we'll first borrow from auditable entity, and that is created by, and also this is giving the ID, code, name, description, and all those values. Now for the company, the first thing that we need to do is we need to do public then string, then I'll do registration number. So that's the registration number of the company. So let me zoom in a bit. Then we can do public string tax number. Then we also have public string email. Then we also have phone number. We also have so this one you can say email address. Then we can do here alternate phone number. Can do alternate phone number. Then we can have website. Can say here website. Then we can also have here say logo URL. Then we have address. So you can have your address. Then you can do postal code. Do your postal code. Then we can also do int. So this will be int. We do country ID. So country ID. Then here we can do do you need state? So you can do state ID. Then city, can say here city ID. We need all this. You can just do country. Then we can say we can do time zone. The string time zone. Then the default one we can say is UTC. Okay. Then you can do currency. Maybe they are using different currency. Say currency code. So you can use that. Then you can also have financial here. So you can do, maybe it starts in financial year start month. So this one will be, so you say your financial year start month, then you can say this is January. So then I want us to add something here. So you can do notes. So you might want to add some notes. So you say notes. Say here notes. So as you can see, we're adding some tables, and I want us to also do one thing. So for the company, we are looking forward to have, I think we need a branch here. No, we need branches for company, assuming it has branches. So here we have audit entity. Then we'll be having so we'll be having some properties. So here you can say public. So we'll do int ID, and then we'll be having string. Then you say branch. Can be a branch code. So I'll remove this. Then you can also have branch name. So we'll be having branch name, branch code. Then you can have here, address. So they can say this is address. Then I can do postal code, do postcode, and we also have a country. So we can have here ints, can do here ints, can say country ID, and this is int. Then we have we need company. So here we'll now add a company ID, and this one should be a foreign key from company. So here I'll do company, and then we can do here company. So this is a foreign key. So that's what is happening. So we have a company ID, then a country, a postal code. So I want us to come here and do we need to bother about so you can have a branch can actually have let's say parent branch. So we can come here and I can say can we have a branch? Not really. Can we have a branch that is a parent? This ID we should not be having it here. So let me just do long. Then you say parent branch, parent. A branch can be having. So let's also have this as a foreign key. The reason I've removed the ID is because in our auditable identity under base we have this, and it's going to be used across. So you can see all the tables will be having this, and you can see it's having the company ID. So we don't need to bother ourselves with that. So here I'll say parent. So this will be branch, and this one will be parent branch. So that's fine. So I don't see any problem there. So what I want us to do now on this branch, we can say opening date. We can have a date here when the branch was open. We can say date time, and we can say, what is that? Opening date. So we'll have our opening date there. Then company, that's fine. But this company ID, I think we have it somewhere here. You see? Here. And this one should be a foreign key. I think I'll just put it here. Company. And then we have that. Then in all our, and also branch, should be a foreign key. You see? Now, in all our, we should not be having a branch. So we remove that. Now, I think we are going step by step. And the next thing that I want us to do is to actually create a application DB context. So that's the core engine of this application. So we are going to come here and I'll create an application. So I'm going to say application application DB context. Application DB. So this is the connection. It will establish the connection between our application and the database. So we have this. So this application DB context of ours, I want us to do some few things before we move. So one, here, I want us to inherit identity DB context. Identity DB context. So if we do that, and you hover here, you should be in a position to import something. So I'll come here and I'll just do a constructor. So this one, I want to import, so this should be identity DB context. So I'll just wait. I think it's not. Let's do DB context. So you should be having options. So I'll just accept it. So you can see, but now I'm having entity framework core, but here we should be having something called Microsoft ASPNETCore .identity, then dot entity framework. I think this one is not there. So here I'll just do DB context. Yes, so that's fine. So you can do their DB context, and we are good to go. So since we have our application DB context, we have our this one, and everything is fine. So in our application now, we should be able to add our, so just here, I want us to do protected. Then we have on model creating. So we have on model creating, model builder. Then we configure our mappings down here. So the first thing that I want us to do, just before doing anything, is we need to add our tables here. So we'll just be doing public DB set. Then you can see it's giving us all these tables. Then if you say here authentication, then it will have our application user. So you can do here company. Then I'll just do that. Then these will be companies. So the name of the table will be companies. So that's the name of the table. Then I'll just come here as well and do branch. So I'll just say branch, and I'll say that will be branches. Then here I'll just do again, what other table have we created? I think we've done only company and branch. So we need to proceed and add departments. So we created a department. So we can add audit. So this is a multi-tenant application. Remember, we had our auditable entity that is created by and all this. And now there's one thing I want us to do. You see on our application user, we are inheriting identity user, and it has some fields. So if I just navigate to it, so it has the ID, username, and some properties here. So these are some of the properties that we have. Now you can introduce certain fields here. So I'll just do public first name. You can also do last name. Can do here public. What other field can we introduce? Then we can have our full name, so that's fine if I do this. So let's correct that. Then if we do another one here, what kind of field are we missing? So you can actually extend. So you can actually extend the identity user. Now what I want us to do for our base, our auditable entity, for created by, you realize that I want us to do created by ID. Then everything should also be ID, deleted by ID. Then all these guys should actually be borrowing from, we should be borrowing from application user. So that's what I want us to do. So we'll go to created by. I'll just do here public, then application user created by, and then this guy should not be nullable. Then I'll just come here and do that. Then I'll come here, I'll do the same here. So that's fine. I'll also do the same here. So this should be foreign key pointing to a user table. So all the people deleting the data, updating the data, they must be users of this application. So if you go to base entity as well, you see, for example, the company ID. You should get the data from company. This should point back to company. So that's fine. So let's rebuild this API and see. So we are building the API, and then once we are done, we are going to have our front end. So this is the first thing that we are doing. So if you are watching our video and you haven't subscribed, just consider following our channel, subscribe, and also comment down below. So you notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So let's just proceed and ensure. So if you come to application DB context, so you can see this is, so we wanted to add a few things. So that is under domains, department. I want us to add some properties on the department. So I'll say long, then I'll say branch ID, branch ID, and this is a foreign key. So that's one. Then here I'll just come and do string, say string. Then we need to have email. So department email. Then I can say here, and this one we can do empty. Then we have the phone number. If we have that, then do you need any other thing from that? So I want us to do something. I want also to include, I think for now we can leave it as it is. We can also have the parent department. Maybe you can have a sub-department, and we'll just borrow something like that. So you can say here parents. So parents department. Then this one will be our parent department. So after doing that, that's fine. So you can also have is operational as a boolean. Just know if the department is operational. Bool, say bool, say is active. So it says active, is you can use here is operational. Is operational. So that's fine. We have our fields there. Now, this department, we can also add it on our application DB context. You can add it here. Then our table name will be departments. So we now have some few tables that we've defined. We have the application users, company, branch, and department. So that's great. So we're going to add more of this. So let me just come here and do business unit. So I'll go to business unit for this. Then here as well, we'll do auditable entity. Then here, I'll do public ID. So here you'll also say parent business unit, and it's a foreign key. Then we can also say public string. Here we can just say here phone number, assuming it has a phone number, and we also have you can also have email. Then this is the business unit. Then we can say start date. Can have a start date. Can say here date time. Then can say start date. You can do that. Then we can have a string here. We say if it's a profit center, we'll say bool, say is profit center. Is profit center, and I can accept that. Say here we can just remove this. So parent business unit, and that's fine. So you can also have this as a table, and you can add it here. So I'll just come here, I'll do these, and these will be business units. So you're just creating tables, business units. So let me just do that. So we now have our application, and you can see how it looks like. Now, I want us to proceed. I think we've created this, and we are going to add more of this. So before that, so we have the companies, branches, business units, and also application users. But we don't have already the database. So I want us to create a database. So we are using SQL Server. So I'll come here and create a new database, and I'm going to call this Smart Farm Management System. So the short form for this will be, let me just think of a name, will be SFMS. So I'll just create that table. So that will be the table name of our application, of our database. Now we need to link that name to our application. So if you come to our application here, you realize that we need to do connection string. So if we do that, then we can do here default. Do here default connection. Then you can see we have it has given us a suggestions. So we'll just accept. So we'll be having this. Then server name. We come to our app and just do this. This will be our server name, And if you go back to our app, you can just paste it. Then database name will be the name of our database, this one. Then I'll just go back to it, then replace this here. Then user ID and the password, I don't have this. So, but one thing that I need to do. So because I don't have that, so I want us to do something. So we have our database. I want us to add something called trusted. So this one is, you can see here, we have trusted connection, and then we have multiple active result sets. Then you can say trust server certificate. So that is what I want us to do. So once we have that, then we have everything in place. Now, this is not the only thing. So under program.cs, we need to register our program, our application DB context, and also configure it to use SQL Server. Now, the first thing that we need to do is I'll come here and I'll just say builder. Then you can see what it has suggested. So it is saying builder, add your DB context. We can add our DB context, which is application DB context. And is that the name? This is the name here. So just copy it, add it here. Then you have use SQL Server. So this one I need to import. So we need to use Microsoft Entity Framework Core. So once you do that, then you're good to go. Then we have our connection. So it will be reading the connection from default connection, which is this one. So that's what we are doing, and it should be good. So you should be able to know this default connection is actually from here. You can give it a different name, but ensure this is registered here. So once you have that, you need to go to tools, and you get package manager console, and then you can create your initial migration. So you can say add migration, then you say initial setup migration. So if I just press enter, it will create a migration for me. That is the initial migration, and we should be able to update our database with the new tables. So if you check here, we have, so you see we have unable to create a DB context of type. The exception depend could not be determined. You can see now we have some relationships here. Now there is one thing that I want us to do. So what we are getting there is the relationships that we are having within our models. So we need to go to our application DB context. So you can see what we have here. So here, I want us to do something very quick. So we have base.all. Then here I want us to do for each. Then you can say variable relationship. Then you can see it's telling us get entity type, select many, then get foreign keys, then relationship on delete behavior, then restrict. So let's try to add. So that's what I wanted us to add. So that's the only thing we've added, this one. So just confirm here. So you can see you have the exception could not be deleted, one relationship, configure. Now, because we have that, says unable to create So another way, instead, if you don't know what you are doing, you can actually come here, and if you have Copilot, you can actually give it Copilot, and it can help you to address some of those errors. So you don't need to struggle. So that is a better way to address it. So let's just so as you can see, it will show you where to add some of the things that you need. So you can see model.entity branch as one branch, then with many as foreign key branch ID is required false. So if you can keep it, so you can always add this down here. So this will apply in most of the relationships that we've done in our models. Now, if you build, then that is okay. And if you try to add migration, if you have another problem, that is how you now configure those things. So let's just wait for another one and see. So you can see between branch and company. So you can see here we have a branch, then company. So the company, then you have company ID. Then we also have, let's do another one. So let's just do another one, then we see how it looks like. We have so the relation of branch dot parent branch. So you see that one. So it says properties long cannot target the primary key ID. So you see we are doing here, most of we are doing branch long, but this should be, can do ints. So I think for the branch, this should be nullable. So if you check, I don't know what we did with our company. Let's just confirm. Our company ID was company ID. If you check on the audit, I prefer, I think long is okay. I don't know why it says yes. So let me just change this to int, this to int. So I'll just do that. Now, I think once we have that, then go to company, that's fine. Let me also add the migration, then we should be good to go. So the funny thing is our migration has been created. Now, you can see here we have application users, ID, and all this. We have the branch. So all these are actually, you see it's create companies table, it's creating branches, it's creating application users. So once we have all that, you just do update database. Sorry, the commands are quite sensitive. Update database, sorry. Update database. Then it will actually update those columns with our database. So you can see we have all that running, and that is done. So if you come to our database and check on the tables, you realize that we have our tables created. We have the migration. So we have our migration, we have our application users table, and it has all the fields. You see the fields that we added. We extended the first name and last name. It has the username from the identity table, normalized username, email, and all this. Then we have the branches. We have branch ID. So that is what we are going to. Then we have the business units. Then we have the companies. You see, this is the companies, and we have the departments. So this is some of the things that we are going to do, and then ensure that we are adding more. So we have the tables there. Now, I think we've created some of the tables, and we've been able to run migration. So we have a table called department. I don't know if we added this here. Yes, we were able to add that. Now, there are various tables that we need to create before even proceeding and working on other things within this project. So another table that we need was the location. So this one you can do auditable entity. Then you can also do public, say int. Then you say parent, do your parent location ID. Then this is also a foreign key. So you can say here. So this is a foreign key from location. I'll just do the same thing here. Now we have a location code. So I'll just do here location code, do your string. Then we can do location code. Can do your location code. Then we can also have here, you can say your location, say your location type, location name, that's fine. Then we have postal code. Have your postal code. Then if the postal code, then we can say here we can have boolean. You can say bool. So this is the location. You can say is warehouse. Is warehouse. Is where house. So you're going to use these locations for farms and also so you say here is farm, and we also have here is greenhouse, green house. So I'll be showing you how we can change this so that we make things easier for our app. So you can see here is office. So you'll convert this into one column. So I'll show you later in this video. Just stay tuned and see how this is going to work out. So you can say here is office. So that's cool. Then we can have I think that's fine. Then you can add this location to our application DB context. So I'll be adding these tables. So I'll just do that, and I'll do this, and we can have the locations here. So we are just building this. Then once we get to the front end, we'll be adding data like because we already have our table created. So if we go to location, we need to add one thing. I think we can add address. You can come here and say address. So let's just add address. Then that should be okay. So the next thing that I want us to do is we need to go now and to create the base tables like the country and things. For example, we need here a model called country. So I'll just create here a model called country. Then on the country, I can also say base lookup identity. So this base lookup, it takes the display color icon is system, and it takes this. So I'll just pick that. Then here I'll add few things. So I'll say for the country, I'll do public. Can say string, public string, country code. See here we have the country code. This one I can do actually not, I can say currency, because for the code we are actually getting it from the base identity has a code. You see, it has a code, so we don't need it. So we have the currency code. We have we can do phone code. Can do a phone code. Phone code. Then you can say nationality. Can say nationality. Nationality. Then that will be fine. After we have that. So once we have that, we can have can say here time zone. Can say time zone. Can do here and we say time zone. That's fine. Then we are good. So if I come here and add on our application DB context, I can come here and add our country, and our table name will be countries. So that's clear. So the next thing that I want us to do is we need to add another table called state. So let's add another table called state. So that is state, and so for the state, let's come here and also do base lookup. Then here I'll just do public. I'll do state code. Then that is state code. What other things can we have here? And then we can have country. So I'll do here country, that is int country ID. Yes. Then that should be fine. Then we can define the capital of this state. Say capital. So that's fine. Then on our application DB context, we can add our table. So we can add this table called states. So we'll add this, and these will be states. So we now have our table called states. so which is quite good. Now, since we have that, we need to also define the city. So let's just proceed and create another model called going to create another model called city. So for that, I'll also do here this lookup entity. Then here I'll just do public, and I'll say here int state ID. Then I'll do here state. Then I'll also have a string. I'll do string. Then this one will be postal code. So that's postal code. Then we have a foreign key there. Then this should be fine. So if you go to application DB context, then we need to add this table. Then we have your cities. So I think this is cool. So I can proceed and add migration again. So I'll just come here and say add migration, and I say added cities. So you just give it the name. Then we see. So it has already created our migration. So you can see you have countries. So under domains, we were able to add application role, user, password history, and all this, but we did not add the main table. So we added few tables like the department, country, cost centers, company, city, business units, branch, and all that. Now, I want us to do one thing. So if you go back here, let me just launch our API so that we see how it looks like. So we have our API and it doesn't have anything. So it's actually an empty, so we'll do your Swagger. So this is our API and it doesn't have anything currently. So this is how it looks. Now we need to create various endpoints, but before that we have our table. So just to show you how our smart farm management system table looks like. So we have the database. So we have the EF migration, we have the application user. So these will store all the users. We have the branches. We have the business units. We have the companies. And we also have the departments. Now, I want us to create our endpoints, and we are going to create various endpoints in these. So the first thing you can see here, we have the application role. So if you check, this is an extension. It's borrowing some field from the identity role. So if you check, we have the ID name, that is the role name. So that's fine. So here you can also provide certain key information about the role. So you can say public, a string, description. So you can extend it. So you can extend the role description. So we'll do here description, get set. Then this role we'll need to add it to our application DB context. So I'll just add it here. And we'll be having our application. We'll call it application roles. Then we are done the users bit. So we are done the users. So let's just proceed and add. So we have the role, we have the application user. For application user, we had added the first name, last name. We have the email. We can also do here, you can include the address. Can do here address. Can also do, what else can we do here? Can say country. Can do country. So these are some of the fields. So you can extend this, and which is okay. So extending that is fine. So there's no worries. Then we have our login history. So for the login history, we need also to have various properties within the login history, just to capture all those fields that we have. Now, I want us to enhance and have various properties within our application, and proceed and add all those tables that we have. But so we've created some of the tables which it doesn't have the fields. So I want us to fill in all the fields and try to enhance it. So I think we started with our audit entity. Auditable entity, we have the created by, which is a foreign key. We have the modified by, deleted on, and all those details. Then we had also company ID, which is actually within the base ID. You have the ID, code name, is active, is deleted, company ID, and the raw version. Then we went forward and added department, where we added the branch ID. So I don't know branch, this is, let's check on the, yes, so this is an ID. So if you come to department, we'll do here int, and that will be, you can also do here int, yes. Then we have the branch ID, email, you have the phone number, the parent department, and also here within these, you can also include some things. For example, within the department, we can have the budget, can say annual, so you can say decimal, annual budget, you can say this should be decimal, you can say annual budget. So that is our, so we can remove this as well. Then we can also have budget, say here budget code. Can do here something like string, then string, then you say budget code. So that is within our department. Then we have parent department, and we have also branch. So that's fine. Then if we go to business unit, we have our business unit. We have the parent business unit ID. Then we have phone number. We have email address. You can call this email address. Then we have, can also have the budget. You can say the budget, annual budget, which is a decimal. You can say decimal. You can do your annual budget. You can remove this. Then that's fine. We added a cost center, so we need to have these cost center. So I'll say auditable identity. Then here I'll just do public int business. So I'll say here business unit ID. So I'll say here get set. Then this is ID. So business unit ID. So this is a foreign key. So I should be doing here business unit, then this is a business unit. So that's fine. So I want us to, so let's just confirm. We go through that, and then we need to add more. Now, if you are following a video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So we now need to add, so this is business unit. We can add a department. So we can say department. Can do here department ID. Department ID. And in business unit, do you have a department? No, so that's fine. So here we can say department ID, then this will be picking from department. The department, then we have these as a department. So that's fine. Then we have the budget. So you can also do budget. So I'll just come here and say decimal. Then I'll do here budget amount. So that is the decimal budget amount. Then you can say actual budget. So you can say actual budget. Actual budget. So we'll be restructuring these as we go. Then we can say here commitment amount. So these are cost centers. So you can say committed amount. So you'll see how this is going to work in as we go along. So don't worry. Then we have here date time. Then we have expiry date. I'll just do that. Then I can say allow over budget. So you can do here a bool. Can have here a boolean. Then you can say allow over budget. So that's fine. Allow over budget. Let's stop this so that we have everything okay. Now, after doing that, we also have location. We also have a location. I don't know if we added. Yes, we have the parent location. We have the address, location code, name, postal code, is whether it's a warehouse, whether it's a farm, greenhouse, and whether we have an office. Now, we have another thing like country. So country, we added the currency code, phone number, that is the phone code, nationality, and time zone. Then we have states. So we have the state code. Then we can say we can also have here the name of the state. So we can say state name. So we have the name, country ID, and the capital. Then we now need to have city. So for city, we have the state ID, state, and we need to have the, I think for the country code, I think we removed, no, for state, we should actually remove this and this. Because if you go to lookup identity and auditable identity, and then base, you'll find something called code and name and description. So that is cutting across. So we don't need them. So you're going to remove that, and so you're going to remove that and use use what we've been doing. We have our script. Sorry. So what I want us to do, let's go back to our app. So we've added the city, so that was city. So we've removed that. Then I wanted us to add something else. We can add another common model called currency. So we can call this currency. Let's call this currency. Then for our currency, we can also have the base. So we'll do here base, lookup entity. Then here, I'll just do public string currency code. Then we can have a currency symbol, say a symbol. Then for the symbol, then we say int, say decimal places. So we can do here decimal places. Then you can have a boolean, whether this is the base currency. So you can do here bool. Then you can say is base currency, and you can also check exchange rate, assuming you have an exchange rate. So you can do that, say decimal exchange rate, exchange rate. Then we can have a date, exchange rate date. So you can have date time. Then you can say exchange rate date. So that's cool. We have our exchange rate. So I think that is fine. So we need to add more of so if we have exchange rate, and you have that currency, you have the base lookup. Now, the next thing that I want us to do, I want us to add other models in these applications. So this is our API. So the model that I want us to have, assuming we might maybe configuring our app to have language. So let's add language. So I'll add language, and I'll also have here base lookup identity. Then we can come here and say public string. I say language code. Then here I'll come here and say culture. So I'll just have your culture code. That's fine. Then we can say whether the language is default. So we'll come here and say bool. So if it's English, we can say that will be the default language is default. So it's default. Now, then it could be maybe it's running from left to right. So you can say like Arabic. So you can say here is right to left. So that's fine. So that's a language that we've added. Now we can also add so I think that is one thing that you can add. Then I want us to add another model that will be storing some of the attachments. So you can come here and we say attachment. Then here we'll do auditable. Then we'll come and say public. So you can see it's telling us file name, file path, file type, file size. You can say here extension. You can come here and say extension. Then original file name. You can be having you can change the file name of what. So once a file is updated, we can be generating our own names, and we just allow the names that we saved to appear on our so let me just do that. Now I want us to come here, and so we have the extension. Then and we have the file path. So assuming you might be having maybe this file as a checksum, so you might have a checksum. Let's just check. You can add it, but we'll see whether we are going to use it as we move forward. Now, another thing that I want us to add is the system setting. So you can add your system setting, system setting, and here you can say auditable entity, and here we can have a public string category. So can have the category. So we can have category, then we can say here setting key, and we have the setting value. Then you have the category. Then you can select here, we can say you can have a data type. You can say data type. Then you say is encrypted, whether that value should be encrypted. So you can say a bool. So if the setting is a sensitive one, then it should be encrypted. So we can say it's active, fine, and we also say is encrypted. Assuming you are storing like API credentials or something, then it should be encrypt. Say it's active, and then can say is system setting. I think that's fine, can have that. Now I want us to, for our table, we'll be having audit trails. That is our system, we'll be having an audit trail. So everything that will be done within our application should be tracked by the application, should be able to track it, and we should be able to know who has done what at what particular point in time. So that's very important for in the application. So we should be able to track that. So that takes us to having a table, an audit log. So you should create here a table called audit log. Audit log. So this one is a table that will be tracking everything that we are doing. So this table will be having all the activities that we'll be doing, and if I come here, I can say here public int id. Then I can say on this table I want you to store string. Then tell me the table name. Then for the table name, I want you also to have can see it's telling us action. So table name, we have action. Then we have I'll want the record ID. So that is the record ID. Then here, tell me the old values. All values. If it was a deletion, then also have the new values. Then, so all these should be empty. And also this one. Now, then you have the timestamp. Then you should also have the user ID. So here I'll just say string user ID. So this is user ID. But this one, I'll want it to be a foreign key. So this should be a foreign key, and we should be picking it from application user. Then this is user. So this is user. So that's fine. So we'll have our all values, new values, user ID, and then timestamp. Then you can also have things like can have things like the IP address. You can say IP address, whether that can be tracked. You can also include it there. Then we can also have other things like browser that was used. So browser. Then what other thing can we add here? Username. We don't need these ones. We don't need the username and password. So that's fine. Then I think this is okay. So it will be logging most of the things here. And yeah, I think that is more of what we need to do. So there are now other tables. So there are now other tables that we need to create for our application, which is more of a farm and others that we are doing. So we've created most of this. That is the application tables, role, application user. So we'll be doing the others, which is not that critical. So if you come to application user, you can see here we have the first name, all this. We can do something like also gender. You can include gender on these. So let me just refresh. So you can do here gender. I'll say here gender. So this is the user. So this is the user who is there. Then we can also do date of birth. So you can do here date of birth. Yeah, creating the user. You can do here date, time. Then you can say date of birth. You can say date of birth. Then you can also say here national ID. A national ID, it could be a number. So you can have your national ID, could be a number. Then we have, so let me zoom in a bit, squeeze this here so that you're able to see. I think that's a bit much better. So then here, I can also can provide some other properties. You can say passport number. So that is for the user. Then we have, so each user, we should also be able to know each user, the company they are from. So we say this is a multi-tenant system. So I'll just come here and say, I need to come here and say company. So this should be an int. And should be company ID. So that's the company ID. Then we should be having should we know of I think we don't need to have as many details as possible. I think here we can just have public. So I can borrow what we have here and audit here. I can borrow all this. Then I can come to application user and I can paste it here. So you can know this one, you can have it nullable, because when we are creating the first user in our application, you may find challenges. Yes, you can have this nullable. Yes. Now, I think we've done that. Then the main thing now will be, if you go to application role, you've done the description. Then we can do role name. I think that role name is there. We need to do int, and also we need a company ID. So these are foreign key as well. So you should be able to have your company, and yes, that's fine. Then we also need the what we have here, auditable details, this one. So we can come and application role, and we can add this. So you have the company ID created by, created on, and all this. Then we can have, can say here string, can do here bool, can do bool. Then we say here is active. So that is active. Then that should be fine. Now we have a table for refresh token. So this refresh token, so you can say here public. So these are tokens that are being refreshed. So I can say here, can do here string. Then I say this one, I can say token. That's fine. This can be empty. Then we can have expiry date. So I'll do here date, time, expiry date. Then we can say here, you can have created on, say created on. Then you can do, so these will be, you can also have revoked on, revoked. We have these revoked on. So this is one of it. So these are some of the fields that we have. Then we have, can say replaced by token. This will be string. Say replaced by token. Then these can also be empty, as you can see. Then we can say here, we can have some booleans. You can say here booleans. Can do here bool is expired. Can also have is revoked. Say here is revoked. Say here is revoked. Then for these, we need now application user. So I'll come here and say string user ID. So this user ID should be a foreign key. So I'll come here and say this should come from application user, and that is user. So this is our refresh token table. That is how it looks like, and it's good. So I think we had created something called log history. So I wanted us to track every person who is logging in the system. We are able to track that. So we can do here public int ID. Then we do here public int user ID. So this should be string. Then this is a foreign key from user application user. Then we can have some values here for date time. Say login login time. So you'll say a login time. So login time. Then we can also say logout time. Logout time, and one should be nullable. So this one. Then we can also check on the browser that was used. Say string. We do a browser. So this one you can say it's empty. Then you can also check on the operating system. You can say operating system. Then we have the device. You can also have the device that was used. Device. We also have the IP address. You can do here IP address. We also have we need to check location. So you can say here location. But also we need to know whether the login was successful. So I'll just put in here boolean. And in our boolean, we'll just confirm that the login was successful or not. So I'll just do here login successful. So we'll say login successful, and always we have that. Then we need to also have a failure reason. So we'll say failure reason. So if it failed, then we have something to tell. Now, there is something that we need to do. So for our application, you realize that under application user, we are not having the password. So we don't have the password in this particular table. So where is our password stored? Then we can also do, so we are not having the password. So what I want us to do now on the password history. So this is where we'll be storing our password. So I'll just do public int ID, and you can see here we have the user ID and the user. Then password hash. Then we say change on. Then date expiry. We do expiry date. So you can see that, and this should be. Then we can have a boolean, which is showing the current password. We'll say here bool. Then we say is current password. So it's current password. So this is current password. Then this is application user, and that's fine. So here we can also use, I think this is fine. We don't need to track who created and when. So that's okay. So these are the main things that we've done. And I think there is one thing that I want us to add, maybe for permission. So for permission, I want us to create a table. We are creating a table here for permission. So you can see here. And this one I can say, do you really need that? I think we can just have public int ID. Then we'll say here ID. So for permissions, we can have, so here you'll have the module, then category, then we can have the permission code. So I'll just come here and say permission code. So this is a permission code. Then we can have here, we can have a description. So we can have the description, and also we can say is system permission. So we can have this as a boolean. Say is system permission is system permission. So that's fine. Then we need to know whether it's active or not. So we can have this as is active. Is active. So once we have that, then I think we now have the permission. But now we can create a role permission. So you see this role permission. We can say here public. So these are the permissions. So we'll be having all the permissions in this table. All the permissions that we want for our applications we'll be having here. And it will now be according to the modules and whether it's active or not. But now these permissions, we need to assign them to roles. So that's why we need this second table. So we'll be having the ID. And as you can see, we need now the role, and this should be application role. Where is it? You can see it. Application role. So application role, then we have the permission ID, should link to the permission table. Then I think the others will now be, so they are main. So I'll do here bool, I can say here can create. So there are main important permissions that you can have. Can create, can read, can update, can delete. And we can have can approve, then what else? Can export, can export, then can print, So this is can print. We need to have that here. Can import, okay. Then we have can print, then can upload, and can download. We can upload. So if you do that, so we have all this, then can upload, can download, So these are the permissions now based on a role. So we have all this. So you have the ID, the role, the permission, and whether you can create, you can read, delete, approve, and all that. So that's what you need to do. So we've created most of the tables here. So let's just confirm on our application DB context, we need to add all those tables here. So if I come here and I can start from the top. So I'll come and add the role. So I'll come and say this one, and I can say application roles. We have the login history. I'll just come here and say login history. I'll do here. I'll add this. Then that one will be login histories. So the table will be in plural. Then we can also have password history. So I'll have here. Then I'll be having password histories. Then we also need to have another, we need permission. So I'll say a permission, and these will be permissions. Fine. So that's cool. Then we also need, so these will be permissions. Then we also need role permissions. Let's say role permission. Table will be role permissions. Then another table. So you're using code first approach. So we've designed all our tables. Then the next thing will be, so we have that. We didn't create, so we'll be adding these others. So we've added the attachments. So that's one, another table. We'll need to add the attachments. Then we also need to add, we've added this business unit, I think location, city, state, cost centers, I think that's another one, cost centers. This is cost center, then we'll be having cost centers. Then you also need company, or company, we added it. So we need a language, I think this is a language. Then we'll be having languages. Then we also need, so in this table we also need system setting. So that will be system settings. So we've created all these tables. So location, I will remove this. Locations, I think we have them. So we've added the company and all these tables that we've just added. So if to apply these changes to the database, we just go to NetCode Package Manager console, and we need to add migration. So I'll say add migration. Then I'll say here authentication. So I'll say authentication model updates. So let's just add that, and we should be good to proceed and ensure that everything is well aligned. So if everything is okay, then we'll be having our migration file generated. But if you have problems, then we'll need to work on those problems before, yes, and you can see we have one. So that is the application user. So what do we need to do? You come here, and I'll say here, application user. Then I'll say here created by created ID. So let's also do the same thing. So we have the same thing on determine for one. Okay, I think we have the same thing. So for application user, do we need okay, let me just add it. So we have the modified by and modified on. We also have deleted by and deleted on. Deleted by. So I'll just clear this and also add another one. So let's add and see how this looks like. So I hope all is okay. Yes, and you can see our migration file has been created with all those tables. So the next thing to do is just to update database. I'll say update database. So it will update our database with now all those tables. So we should be now good to proceed. So you can see those are SQL statements running. It's creating all those tables in our database. So we've created a lot of tables just to ensure that when we begin this particular project, we should be able to have all the tables added. So you can see all has been added. We have, so you can see these are SQL statements. create table role, you have create table system settings, you have create table password histories, create table login histories, you have create table languages, and also create table cost center. So there are many. So if you go to the database and check some of those tables, you should see them. So you can see here, for example, you have the cities, states, you have the role, then you have the permissions, you have the password histories and the things. Now, first thing that I want us to do, you see in our controllers, I want us to, first thing, I'll delete this. And I'll also delete this model. That is the, then within our controllers, I'll create a folder. I'll call this authentication. Then I'll also create a folder called setups. So within setups, I'll now come and say add new. Then I'll say new scaffolded item. Then for new scaffolded item, I'll choose API controller with actions using entity framework core. So I'll just say add. Then I'll choose here a model. So I'll start with something like city. Then I'll say applications. Then it will tell me cities controller. So you can say, so here you can see you can add, and you can also add with Copilot. So let's try add with Copilot. So it will actually add from this side, but you can also just click add to add with the scaffolding. So let's just see how Copilot adds it. I think is a new feature. So if you're watching our video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed to MacroCode, just know that this is the channel to learn all .NET Code, React, databases, and also new tips in relations to real-life applications development. So stay tuned and also subscribe to MacroCode for more updates. So let's just proceed and wait for our Copilot. So Copilot is adding for us the endpoint. So then we should see how it looks like. So it's adding for us the endpoint to create cities. So once we have that endpoint, then we should be able to create cities. So you can see we have our controller down here. And as you can see, it has added our controller, and we can do this. Then we can say here update. So it's building. So it's building, so it's done. So you can see now we have our controller. So this controller of ours, I think it's outside the, so I'll just move it here. So I'll just move it inside the setups. So you can see we have the cities, get cities, it gets the cities, post city and all that. So if I try to launch our API, we should be able to see some of those details. We should now be having an endpoint. So if I just refresh, you can see we have cities, then we have get city, we have post, put and delete. So we have this endpoint. So let's try one again. This time not with Copilot. So I'll just say here add new scaffolded item, API controller with actions, Then I can choose here, we've done cities, let me add country. Then here I'll say application, DB context, then database provider is SQL Server. So you can see here we are using, but you can choose various database providers. So I'll just say add. So it will add for us scaffolding. Then it will add for us those endpoints for specifically for the countries. So we have this one for the cities, so it will add for countries. Then we see how it looks like. So if you're watching this video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So let's just check. So it's creating our endpoints. So we are now creating endpoints. We'll be building, our front end will be using React, and back end we are using .NET. So if you want to see how this comes up, then this is the time. You should actually stay tuned, subscribe, like the video, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified whenever we upload new videos. Now, let's just wait for our controller to get generated. Then I think it's done, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So you can see here we have countries. So here I'll also move this inside here. So we have countries here as well. So if we just say execute, you should be having now countries, and so let me just check. So if I do here refresh, now I have you see we have the cities and the countries. So we now have cities and countries. So you can add another controller. So you can say here new scaffolded item. So I'll stop this and say a new scaffolded item. Then I can pick another one. So let's just check. We can say here which other model can we add. Let's say language. So you can say add. So we'll just add that. So let's just add and see. So you can see that is added. So we have our languages. So I'll just also move this here. So we have that. So I'll just launch this again and see how it looks like. So we've been able to add some endpoints for our application. I think that's really good. So we are going to proceed and add more endpoints. Then we'll be using these now to work on our application as we enhance cities. You can add cities to our application, and also you can also add, you can get the cities list. So we'll just do here cities. So if you try to fetch data, then you'll get, see we don't have any data currently. Then you also have, you can add here, you can post countries, you can get, put, delete, and we also have languages and all these details. So I want us to create various endpoints that we are going to use in our application. So if I just come to this application, we have various, so we have the application role, we have the user, we have the login history. So let's just, for authentication, I want us to create a, so let me just stop this. So I want us to create here new scaffolded item. Then you're going to create an API controller for creating a role. So here we can do application role, then we have SQL Server, then our controller will be application role. So this is an endpoint for creating roles to our application. So remember, we have our API. So this API we are developing, then we'll be coming up with the UI for our React frontend, so that we're able to link this to our application. So we've already designed some tables, and we are going to add new endpoints to our application. Then we'll be enhancing our application as we go. So if you're watching this particular video and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you're one of them, just consider subscribing for more content. So our endpoint is being generated there, and we are going to, so let's just, so you can see it has generated a controller, and this controller, I want it to be inside here. So we have, so let's just confirm. So we have, this is our endpoint for creating role. So you can also create another endpoint for creating users. So that is adding users to our application. So we have application role, then we have application user. So we can say application. Let me just look for application. Do you have application user? I don't see. So we need to have here a class for application user. Let me just confirm this user model. So application, yeah. Let me just new scaffolded item, then API controller with action. Then we can say here model. We have, I think we can, let's just follow this. So let's add, we've added for authentic, for a role, we can do attachment. So any attachment that we'll be adding on our application will be going through our attachment endpoint. So let's just generate that controller. So then we've created all, I think if you check, we have most of the tables that we've created. So if you are following this, so we're just generating the endpoints for all the areas that we are going to link to our application. So the first thing we have, so there we go, we have the attachment. So this is our attachment controller. So let's also create, so this one I think we can do, let's just add a folder here called general. So this general folder, we can add it here. That's fine. Now, we also need to add another controller. Let's add another controller, and we are going to call these, let's call these, so we have attachment branch. So if you're adding branches, let's just check model class, that's fine. Then we'll be having branches. So that branches, then we'll be able to add it to our application. So let's just confirm. So it's scaffolding. So this is an easy way for you to create endpoints in our, that is ASP.NET Web API. So let's just proceed and see. So we have our API being scaffolded there. And I think we should be good. So we have our branches here. So if I just copy this and have it here. So if I try to launch this API, let's just launch. So you should be able to see all those endpoints. So you can see we have the application roles, we have the attachments, and you also have branches, cities, and countries and languages. So let's add more of the endpoints. Let's stop this. So I'll add another new scaffolded item. Then we add, so we've added branch. Let's add business units. There we go. So we added business unit. So it's scaffolding. So there we go. So it's adding a new endpoint. So let's just do that. And we'll be versioning this API. So if you want to see how that works, then stay tuned. So we have our business unit. So I'll just add it here. Then we also have, let's add another controller, new scaffolded item. Then I can say here ASPNET controller. Then we have, so we've added business unit. Let's add, we added cities, we have countries. Let's just check some of the endpoints that we want. So you can add an endpoint for settings if you're adding settings to the application. So let's just do that. Let's just do that. So let's so I'll generate the code here. So we have our API. So we're generating an endpoint for cities. So let's just confirm. So that's done. So we have our settings here. So let's also create another one. So just creating endpoints. So we'll just come here. We've created system settings. So state. Then we have to create also role permissions. So that is when you're adding permissions to your application. So it's generating the code. So let's just generate the code. So let's just generate the code. So there we go. So we have our permissions. So you realize that we have our endpoints now, and on each of our endpoints. So for those who are joining, you realize that we have our application DB context here. We are using Entity Framework Core, and we have our tables. So you can see we have most of our tables here. So we have the application role. Then we have the base entities. So we are saying we are going to use multi-tenant. And if you check on our models, we have, so if I just do common, we have base entity. So for this one, it has the ID code. And then there is one thing that is very key, that is the company ID. Then we also have the raw versions. So for each of the tables, it's linking back to the auditable details. That is the created by, created on, modified by, modified on, deleted by, and also pointing back to the base entity, which it has the company ID that we'll be using to track. Now, I'm just scaffolding some. So we are using EFCO, and if we just launch our app, we have also our database. So if you can see here, we have our database. We're using SQL Server. So this is our database. And we have, so we have our EF migrations history here. We have application roles. We also have application users. We have here attachments. So we have attachments. We have branches. So some of these tables. And then we have departments. Then we have the system settings and all that. Now, if we come back here, we are going to use, we are going to create another, we're just scaffolding the endpoints. So I'll just proceed here and API controller with actions. Then I can also check for which endpoint that we've not created. So we have the role permissions. I think we've done that. Then we have the permissions. So I'll just add that so that you're able to track which permissions you are creating. So we'll be able to see how we manage permissions also in our application. So if you are following this particular episode and you have not tuned into MacroCode and subscribe, just consider subscribing and also turn on the notification bell so that whenever we upload, you are going to get notified. So here we have our controller there. So this is permissions. I'll just have it here. I'll also add another one, new scaffolded item. I'll proceed here and also select. So which endpoint? So we have the permissions, password history, login history. That one will be, we have location. So we need to be adding locations, and that can be under setups. So because we are setting up the locations and things. Now let's just proceed and check how this looks like. So going to add another endpoint. So let's just proceed there and add the endpoint and see. Okay, so we have the location endpoint. So I'll just add it here. Let's confirm which other endpoint are we missing. So I'll just select here. We check audit log, audit entry, branches, business units, cities, country. I think we had added currency. I think we need to add that. So that will be currencies endpoint. Now, that's one thing that we should be having in our app. Now, let's just proceed and see how this looks like. So I'll just add that. We just do that. The scaffolding our app. So scaffoldings various. So we have the. So that is the currencies controller. I'm going to use this. So I'll just use the controllers. Then I'll also create another new scaffolded item. We have a model for department. So we need to create the department. Yes, here we go. So we'll add that. So I think we've added more of, so we have the cities, countries, currencies, languages, and locations. We've done the system settings, role permissions, business unit, branches, and attachments. Then we need to do one for users so that we're able to create users in our app. So that's one thing that we need to check and confirm so that we have users in our application. Now, we have departments, so I'll add it here. So if we launch this, should be able to see now all those endpoints in our application without any issues. So if I just refresh so you'll see we have various locations, permissions, systems. So these are some of the endpoints that we are having. Now, I want us to proceed and also do other things. Now, we check on our, so we've done, if we go to our, we need to check why we don't have the controller for users. So let me just check. We need to add users controller. That is when to add going to add a user. So we have application role. So you'll just check that. We'll confirm why we are not having that. But to proceed, I think we've added most of the controllers. So we have the application role for creating roles. We have the attachment for adding attachments, but we'll be able to work on some of these endpoints that you see. So they are not final, so we are going to update them as we move on. So if you check on the domains, so we were able to do some common, so we've done department, we have the attachment models. So you can see here, we have, we also have the company, we have the department, we have the language, and that is it. Now, for the company, I want us to introduce also another model. So here, I'll create another model called company contact. So that is the company contact, and here we can inherit from audit entry. Then here we'll just say public. Then we'll say company ID. Do you need company ID? Not really. So this one will just say contact person. And say here contact person. So because this can be changing, so I want us to track so that you don't update the main table. So I'll just do that, and I can say here designation. I can also say here department. Then I can also say here email address. Then I can also say phone number. So I'll just do here phone number. So this is phone number. Then we can do mobile number. So I'll just say here mobile number. I'll say mobile number. So that is a contact. Then we can say if this is the primary contact, we can have here a boolean. Can have here bool. Can say the bool. And then you can say is a primary contact. Is primary contact. That's fine. Then for the company ID, remember, so this should be is primary contact. For the company ID, remember we have the audit, then we have also the base, so which we have it here. So you don't need to be adding that. Then I want us to set another model. So I think we'll be just adding it directly to our DB context so that we don't get confused. So I'll just add this here, and then what will be the name will be company contacts. So that will be the name of the database, of the table, I mean. So if I go back to, if we go back, we need to add a company bank account. So I'll just come to the models and just create here a class, and I can call it company bank account. Then here I can also add the auditable entity. So if I just zoom in, here we can do public. You can see we have the bank name, branch name, we have the account number, then we can say account name here. Can do account name. Then we can do IBAN, SWIFT code. Then we can also have this to be a currency code. So we have the currency code, and then so we have the currency code. Then we need to say if this is the default, if it's default account. So you can say here bool. bool. We can even say here, you can say this is say bool, then you can say is default or is primary account. That's fine. Then documents, we can also have either it's a company document. So let's also have, for example, when you are registering companies, because we'll be onboarding some of these companies, you can say company document. So these are the companies that are going to use our system. So here we'll come here and add a model. So I'll just come here and separate the main documents from these documents list, because these are registration documents. Then here we can also have auditable identity. Then here I'll also say public. So we have the document name, document type, document number. We have the issuance date, expiry date. We have the issued by. So here you'll say issued by, file path, file name, file type, file size, and checksum. So I think this is more okay for me. Then we can come and add it on our application DB context. So I'll just come here, paste this, and we can have our company documents here. So that's one way to add that. So then if you do that, we now have our documents model. So we need to proceed now and add some very important days. So one thing I want us to add also is we need to maintain company holiday. So I'll say here company holiday. So we need to respect that. So I'll come here and also add audit entity. Then I'll say here public. I'll say holiday name, then holiday date. Then you can say description. Then you can also say here public. You can do public bool. Then you say if it's recurring, is recurring. Then we have that. We can say also if it's a paid holiday, say is paid holiday. So that's fine. So that's okay. Now that is one thing that we've done on our, so we can call these remarks or something, remarks. So then we have the holiday date and the holiday name. Then we can have that on our application DB context. So we'll be having company holidays. So here, then we can be having company holidays. Then that is the most important part about an organization details. So I think we need to now work on one thing. So each company has a physical here. So we need to have a physical here in as part of our database, just to ensure we have everything right. So we have physical here, we need to track. Then here you also have to have audit entity. Then for the physical here, we need to have here, let's just do here public. Then we can say physical here code. We can say here because we have the code. Yeah, let me just say name, but it also has to be public. Let me copy this, and here you can say date, time, start date and end date, Then we need to have a boolean to know if we are actually in the current year. So bool, and we say is current year. So you say is current year. So I'll just say yeah, accept. So this is current year. Then we need to also have a boolean here. We say if it's closed, is closed, then that is fine. So that is great. So we have our is closed here. Then we need to add it on our application DB context. So let's just confirm how it is. So the next thing that you need to know is so you have the fiscal year, and we need to have I think that's fine. We need to now proceed to other important information. So we need to add now other phases. But before that, I want us to add migrations. So let's just add migrations for the added. So we'll just go to NuGet Package Manager console. Then here I'll say add migration. Then I say this should be add migration. Then I say here company details. So just add migration, and we should be able to have our migration file created, and then we can now proceed to update database with the new tables. So as you can see there, I think all is okay. We now have our migration, so we can see our migration file. We have all these details here. So these are the tables, and then you can just proceed and do update database. Update database, press enter. Then we have our database updated with the new columns. So you can see these are more of SQL statements. So the next thing that I want us to do now, which is the core module for this application, is the farmer details. So we are not actually reached there. Now, this is the core part now, and this is where things becomes interesting. So we've done models which were standard and kind of pre-setups that you are doing. But I want us now to do a model for farmer. So I'll create a model here for farmer where we'll be registering a farmer. So I'll just do here farmer. Then we also have to, so you can say audit table. So I'll say here audit table entity. Then we need to have various information about the farmer. Now, here there is one thing that I want us to do. So we have so here I can say farmer. You can do your first name, middle name, which is the key. You can do your first name, middle name, and also last name. I can do your middle name. Then you have last name. Then you can also have the address, phone number. You can do email address. That's fine. Email address. Then let me just squeeze this and zoom in a bit. So that is one. Then we need to have gender. I'll just come here and do gender. I'll say this is int, and I can say here gender ID. So this gender ID will be a foreign key that I want us to get from somewhere. So there's a table that we've not been creating, and I want us to create. So I'll create a table here called system code. So I'll create that. Then this system code, you also need to have the auditable entity. So should we have auditable entity for, yeah, each company can be having their different options. Yeah, which is a good thing. Assuming you have because this application is multi-tenant, assuming you have drop-down options, for example, like gender, not even gender. For example, you have certain types of farmers. Then in other companies, they have fewer types than others. So you might need to separate that so that you don't have this only the system tying the farmers to specific types that if you introduce it, others are affected. So here I'll just do public, say public code. I think we have the code on the base entity. You have the code, name and description. Yeah, I don't think we need anything else on this table. So I'll just do here order number. Say here order number, and then that's fine. Then I'll also create another table called I'll also call it system code detail. System code detail. Then I'll also pull. So this one I'll have it this way. So where is it? I'll also rename this. Then I'll also pick from auditable entity. Then here I'll need to have a foreign key called public. So you can say here, these others, I think I have them, order number. But there is one thing that I want to introduce here. It should be having a system code ID. Accept. So a system code ID. Then this is a foreign key. I'll introduce here something we call system code. Then we have that as system code. So this is fine. So then this table, I need to have it on our application DB context. So I'll introduce it here. So I'll have my system code. So this will be storing header detail mostly for drop-down options. So I'll also have your system code, and we have your system codes. So those are our tables. So because we have those, then if we are going to the farmer model, we'll need now to say this gender is coming from the system code. So this is system code detail, and then here is a system code detail. This will be gender. So that's one thing that we need to do. Then you have the email address, phone number. We can have another alternate. If alternate, you can say here alternate, and you can say this can be null. So that's fine. Then I want us to have something here. We can say in our application, we can be having farmer number. Each farmer has their own unique identifier. And you can also say we have to store their national ID number. So you can say national ID number. So number. Then you can also have a passport number if they have. So I'll put these as nullable, and then you can say here passport number. So that's fine. Then after doing that, we can also link this to, we need to know the country they are in. So you can say country ID. Country ID. The system can be used by various people in different countries as long as they are managing their farms. Now we have the country. Then we added the address. Then we can say here, we can try to get some statistics. We can say here total land size. You can say here total land size. Then you can do here. Then here we can get in measurements. We can say unit of measure. We can say unit of measure ID, and this should be a foreign key picking from a drop down that will be in our system code detail. So that's one thing that you need to take note. So we'll be getting those details from system code detail. Now I think that's that's so far so good. So what I want us to do is I want us to also add some details here. So we need to ensure that we are the farmer. We need to ensure whether we are verifying the farmer details. You can say is verified. And also we need to have a registration date. So they need to register with us. So we'll say date time. So you can say registration date. There we go. Then we need to, I think that's more of the details that we need for the farmer. But so then we can come and add this table to our application DB context. So here, so we'll come here and we can say here we have the farmer and we have these are farmers. So we are adding now a table for farmers. Now, so we've added the farmers table. So this table now plays a very important role in our application. Remember, we are doing also a farm management. So I think we can add something here called farmer type. You can have maybe an NGO doing, so you can, or an individual, we can separate various farmer type. So you can separate the type of farmers. So you can say here farmer type ID, so you can say type ID. Then here we'll say farmer type. So after that, I think that's more of the details that we have. So I don't know if we'll need to have farmer cooperatives, whether to track the cooperatives that farmers are joining. So yeah, I think we can have a table called farmer cooperatives. So we'll just come here. We can track those cooperatives and to know the type of cooperatives that the farmers join. But before doing that, we can maintain various farmer contacts. They might be changing contact, and we need to have a trail of how they have changed so far. Instead of just modifying the primary table, we need to know how they have been changing their contacts. So we can tell from the system. So here, I'll just do public int, So you can say here contact person. We have contact name. Then you can say relationship. Then you can have a phone number, email address. You don't need department. And then is primary contact. Then there is one thing that is key now. We need to link this to a farmer. So you can say here ID. Then we say here farmer ID. Then So then we have a farmer there. So here I'll just come back here. Then I'll add our farmer contact table. So we can track all the contacts of farmers, which is okay. And we need to have that. Now, for the documents, I think we can also have various documents of farmers' documents. So let me just add a farmer document table. Farmer documents. So they can be adding their own documents here. So we can say farmer documents. So here also we can have auditable entity. Then here I can do public. I can say here document name, type, document number. Can say issuance date, expiry. I don't need all these things here. Remarks, don't need that. Then we need the farmer ID, which is a foreign key, and you also need to link it back to the attachments. So you see this is storing just the document type, and you don't need the document name. So these will be keeping only farmer related documents. Now we also need to keep farmer. We'll just do here farmer bank accounts. So let's just add this first. You can do your farmer document and you can add it here. So I'll add it here. So you're just generating the farmer information. So you'll do farmer documents. Then you also have the farmer. You'll come here and add the farmer bank account. So you can be tracking the farmer bank account. How they have been changing bank accounts. And then we see. So here we can do here auditable entity. So I can do that. Then I'll just can do public. Then we can, so here this is the farmer account. So we have farmer ID, that's a foreign key. We need these are navigation property. Then you have the bank name, the branch name, account number, and you also need the account name specifically for farmers, account name. Then we have a Swift code. Then we can say whether it's a primary account. Yes, that's it. Not much information. Then I'll add it to our DB context. So you can see our tables are coming up, and this is our primary tables now for farmer management. So I'll just do that. So if you have any comments or suggestion to do, so just comment down below, and we'll be able to add if you have any suggestions. Then I think we've done the farmer details. So one thing that I want us to do now, I think we'll be managing a lot of details here. Now let's add the migration. So we'll just come here and add migration. Let's say here add migration. Then I'll just say farmer details. So we've just added farmer details, and we are good to go. So let's just confirm. So there we go. So we have our migration file added automatically. As you can see, we have our migration file here. So let me just squeeze this. And you can see we've added all these. So we have a lot of these tables added directly to our database. So if I just come here and now update database, can do update database. So I'll do update database. Then our application will be our database will be updated with new tables. So if you come here, you realize that our database is growing with a lot of tables. So let's just wait and see. So you can see we have our tables now for system codes. Our migration has been added. We have farmer contacts. We also have the farmer documents, and you also have the farmer bank accounts. We have departments and currency. So all those. Now, remember we have created all this. So we'll need to set up all those endpoints just to ensure that we have all. So if you come here, we have now details about the farmer, and we have the details about the common tables that we are going to use going forward. Now, we'll be adding more details about farmer and things, but before that, we need to generate all those endpoints. So for example, and so we see here we have we can create another folder for anything related to farmer. So we'll be having all the farmer details. So you can scaffold here first an endpoints for addition of a farmer. So I'll just come here and say farmer. Where is the farmer? You can see, can add that. So that will give us an endpoint for our farmer, that is adding a farmer, updating a farmer, and also creating a new farmer. So if you're watching our video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed to MacroCode, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you're one of them, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also share. So if you've seen, we've created an endpoint here, controller. So you'll have all these actions. So you see get farmer, post farmer. So if I just launch this particular application, you realize that we have various endpoints. So I'll just come here and I'll go to our app, and you realize that we have various endpoints. So now we have here an endpoint for farmers. You can see it has a lot of fields. So here you can see all these fields that are there. But now we'll also be restricting this just to ensure that we are not exposing a lot of these fields. So we'll be creating DTOs for this kind of endpoints, just to ensure that our endpoint is working as expected. Now we have that. Then we also have to create another. So you can create another endpoint. So I'll just, for managing only documents related to farmers. So I'll just come here and say new scaffolded item. Then I can come here and just select. We have farmer documents. So anything related to documents for farmers, then we'll just be having it there. So let's scaffold that. and then we see. So you can see how these are the endpoints that we are having for our application, that is the smart farm management system. So we'll be having the roles, the attachments, branches, cities, departments. So those are the setups. So we are now digging into the core modules, which are the farmer management. So which we've now created. We've created the endpoint for farmers, and let's see how that goes now. So I think we've been able to create these. So we have the farmers, but now once, so we see we have the endpoint for farmer documents. So these will be managing documents related to farmers, but we've been able to manage the details about the farmer, but we also need to manage the details about farms. So I'll also create here a model called farm. This farm belongs to farmers. So I'll create here, we need to have, so we'll say auditable entity. And then here we'll be having, so here you can say public. So you can see here we have, so you can say here int. Then we need to have a farmer ID. Then this should be a foreign key linked to a farmer. Then we need to import these. So this should be a farmer. So we'll just ensure it's correct. Then we need to import it. What's happening? So we need to check our models here. What is the issue here? So I'll just do here using common domain, then I do here farmer. Should address this. How is this? So you say public. Yes. So if I save it, come back here, I should be able to have there is something wrong. Let's just check. Should be having this. Yes, that's what we have. So it says generate. So this should be farmer ID. Then this should be farmer. Let me just check. Yeah, I think there is something wrong somewhere. So we have all this here. So let me just add the other properties as we see what is the issue. Then we have the location ID. So I don't know if we had a table for locations. Location ID. Yes, I think we had added that. Yes. And if we check, we have all these locations. So that's a foreign key. So I don't know why the farmer is not adding up. Thinks maybe it's a farm or something. But we wanted a farm ID. Now, we need also to have the farm number. So I'll say here farm number. Then we have total area. Total area, we'll do this as a decimal. Then we have what else can we do to? So we have the farmer. I think these are the most important details. We don't need the owner and things. We can get that from the farmer. So You don't need to be much detailed. Yes. So I'll just do this here. Let me clean this. I think it's there's an issue here. And then we can say farmer. And if I do document, you see it's working. But if I do farmer, yeah. Okay, so this one, I can do farmer detail. Let me just change this to farmer detail. Then I can change this to farmer detail. I know it will raise now issues to the other sections, but let's just do that. Okay, documents as well. Now, because we've changed that, let's just check our farm if we do that. And then if we check on our application DB context, we just reference it here. Nothing will change. So if the farm, so we can also now change, we can also create now the ownership. Maybe the farm can be listed. So we can say farm ownership. It can be changing ownership over time. You never know if the farms are not owned by the farmers. So it can be changing ownership. So here you can say audit. Then here we can say public. Then we can say owner name. We can say ownership type, owner email, owner phone number, and owner address. Then ownership start date and ownership end date. So we can also have your title. Say here, title number, if you're having a title deed or something. Then this farm ownership should borrow from the details of the farm. So here we should be having an int. Then we say farm ID. So you should be getting details of the farm. So when you are creating a farm, we should know who is the owner, ownership type, then ownership start date, end date, and that. But if it's being leased, we also need to know the leasing details. So we'll create a farm lease table so that we also know whether this farm is being leased. So we'll say here auditable. Then here we'll just create, so we'll say here Lisa, say Lisa, it's a name, who is leasing it. Then Lisa number, just say here Lisa number. Then you also have farm ID, Lisa name. Then you will say Lisa lease number. You will say lease number. So that's fine. Then lease start date, lease end date, lease amount, and then we have can remove this address and those details. Do you need the contact? No. This name, we have that. Then address, phone number, can do your phone number. Phone number. Lessee. So you can call this lessee name. Then lease number, lessee phone number. Then we can check here. We can have this if this guy is allowed to renew. So we'll do a bool. Then we can say here can say is renewable. So that's fine. So if you do is renewable, then you need to, you can tell if they are able to renew or not. So then you can have those tables here. So you have the farm account. So I'll just come here. Sorry, I need to, I'll add those tables here. So I'll come here and add. This is, so I'll need the tables for farm. I think we have done farm. So what table have I missed? Farm list. Yeah. So ownership as well. I think that is the one. So I'll just create here, I think it has ownerships. That's fine. So we've done the ownership and the lease. Now, I think that's more of farm details. So we'll be working now to add more details about the farm activities and also all those details. But I think up to there, we've been able to create models for the farm. Let's add the migration and then we'll be good to go. So I'll say here add migration. Let me say farm details update. So it will generate the migration for the farm details. Then we need to proceed. Yes, I think we have an issue. So let's try to rebuild and see. Yes, and this is the endpoint. So remember we changed our model. So we need to come here and say farmer detail. So everything here should be farmer detail. So this is a farmer detail. So I'll just update it and we should be good. Now, if you're watching our series until this particular point and you haven't subscribed, we notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So let's also rebuild. So if you're one of them, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So share so that you're able to reach more audience, and you support us if you also feel we are doing a good job. You can support us by joining the community and also buying us coffee through Buy Me Coffee, which goes a long way in ensuring that we do more of this content. So I'll just say update database and update. So our tables will be added to our database and we should be good to go. So I think as you can see, our tables are being added and all is well. So if we launch our API, we should now be able to see our application, Smart Farm Management System in ASPNETCore. So as you can see here, we have our models. So we have our, so we check on the domains. We have our common models that we created. We have the attachment, auditable entity, the audit log, base entity, branch, business unit, company. So all these details that you see here. Then you have the system code detail. Then you have the farm, you have the farm lease, farm ownership. So we were able to add all these details. So what I want us to do today, I want us to create some endpoints. I want us to create some endpoints and be able to do other important endpoints that we are going to use in our application. Now, if you check here, we have, so let me just launch this API, then we should be able to see how it looks like. So we are going to proceed and actually work on the API. Let's just see. So we'll just proceed. So I'll just open our API and we see how it looks like. So if we come here, let's see what is the link. So this is the link. So then we do here Swagger. So for the Swagger, then we have, this is our endpoint. So you can see here, we have application roles, we have attachments, we have branches, we have business units, cities, countries, currencies, departments, farm documents, farmers, languages, and locations. So we have all these endpoints. Now there is so under farmers, you can see here we have farmers. So I want us to do something on this API. So if we come to controllers, I want us to add, so let me just stop it. So we've added a few controllers here. So one of them, if you check, we have the farmers documents. So this is for adding documents in our application, and they are mainly related to farmer documents. We have the system, we have here the system. So this is farmers and this is farmer documents. So if you check on the models under farmer, we have the farmer contract, farmer detail, and also, so these farmer details contain farmer information. So we are going to store all the farmer information on this table. We have the farmer bank accounts. So you can see here bank accounts. We have here farmer contact. So we have all these farmer contact, farmer documents. Now, what I want us to do today is I want us to check something. So if you check on our application, we have role permission, we have the refresh token and all that. Now I want us to add here authentication. I want us to add a controller, for creating API controller for creating users. So that's very important. So we are going to start from there. Then we'll be able to proceed and now work on other controllers and ensure that we have everything in place. So our user controller will be the one that we are going to use to actually work on to create users and things. So you can see here we have a model for application user. I don't think so. So what you can do, let's just create here, let's create an empty controller, API empty. Then you can call it users. So let's call it users. So you can say it users. So you can see here we have that. Then if I zoom this, you can come here and we say here CTO. So we have our controller there. Now this controller of ours, I wanted to add, so I can actually use Copilot to generate all the methods. So I can say add all the methods to create a user, using user manager. So let's just see how that looks like. So we'll be having all the endpoints here to create users. So this will be our users controller, and we can add all the details that are related to a user. So the reason as to why I'm saying that is, so let's just see. So the reason as to why I'm saying that we want to enhance this API so that we can add new users to our application. Remember, we had created our database. So if we check on our database, we have a database called Smart Farm Management System, and we have application users as our table. So these application users, it has all the fields that we need, and all those fields we have to add the details. So you can see here we have the first name, last name, username, email, address, date of birth, and all that. So I want us now to have an endpoint that can allow us to create these users without any challenge, and then we can be able now to start querying our application and testing our endpoints. So we are going to use either Postman to do this, and we need to have, so let me just check. So if you check our identity here, so you can see it's telling us we import this. So here DB set, we have currency here. Then I can just come here. I think we need to have a currency model. So I'll just do away with this. So if you check, we have now what we've called identity DB context. So if I come here, so let's just do that. I want to use manager, so we can install this. So you can install what we call SP. You see this package. So you can install ASPNETCore identity entity framework core. So I want to use the user manager and role manager to actually manage that. So you can see I've changed something on my application DB context. I have identity DB context, application user, and application role. And we also need to change something on our application. So you can see we have the builder.services, add identity, then we have application user, application role, require digit, require lowercase, require uppercase, numeric, length, and all these details. Then if you check, so that's the modification that we've done on our application, that is program.cs file. Then after doing that, we'll need to also check on the ASP.NET user controllers. So you can see we have the user manager. So we have various endpoints now. So you can see here it says get users. It is telling us to provide the query. We have user response, get user by ID, create user. So you can see here, this is the method for creating a user. So we even have the models. So this is the DTO. So I'll just save it. So you're able to have all these details. Then we have user manager. You get if it exists, you return that. If it doesn't exist, you create a user, and you can also assign a role. Then we have update user. It does the same thing. You find user by ID. You update these details. Then delete a user. You have all those details. Now, our controller looks great. So we have various endpoints. So you can see, for example, here we are doing a map to response. So you are mapping details there. Then you have create, then user response. So this is the response details. And you can see here we have the page user response. In case you are retrieving all the details, you have the change password and reset password endpoints. Update user, we also have the same thing. So if you check now our users controller, it has all the endpoints required to. So if you go back here, you realize that we have these. So we can change this to be a model. So I don't think, let's just think will be, you can just query it and you will be able to get the result. So you can see we are able to get the details here. So we have the company, whether the company has a value, you fetch it, then you retrieve all those details. So if you launch this, we will be able to have our, so let's just check. So it's running. So I'll go here, and if I refresh, so let's just wait and see. So it's launching. So you can see now we have an endpoint for, so we need, you see, we have these users endpoints. So you have the get users, post users, put, and get user by ID, delete. Then you can see you can change password, activate, deactivate, lock. So we have a lot of endpoints. So if we check on these, you can get a user ID by an ID. You can also update a user. You can change user password. So you can say change user password, user current password, new password. You can reset password. So it will generate a password. So you can see here, generate a password, reset token, then reset password, do that. So here for the user manager, if I just proceed, and you can check this implementation here. So you'll get the reset token and then a request a new password. Then that's fine. So then you have activation of a user. You'll have the lockout, enable, and all these modified details. Deactivate, you just do that. Then you can have also unlock, set lockout date async. Then you return get user by role, assign role also. So I think these details, they are okay. Now we've been able to add that endpoint for users. Now we have, I want us to create another endpoint that will help us to get a token. So I can come here and create a new controller. I'll say new scaffolded item, API controller. Then I can say here token. So token, I'll just do that. So this is an API for us to get tokens. So I can also ask Copilot to do that. To get token. So production ready. So I want us to, I want it to give us tokens, and we should be good to go. So let's just say it. So we've been able to see all those endpoints within the create. Where is it? It was application user endpoint. So we've been able to add all these, write all this code, and create the endpoints and all that. So I think that's a good thing, and we are heading in the right direction. Now, if you check currently, let's check on the, so this one, we'll need to add some, so we need to install some NuGets. So that is JWT authentication packages, and you can check that within our API. So let me just, let me close it here. So if you check on our NuGets, we have some NuGets that we've installed. So we have the ASPNET Swashbuckle for Swagger. We have the SQL Server tools, design. We have OpenAPI, we have identity, and we now have the JWT bearer. So we are going to use JWT just to get our tokens. So to do that, as you can see now, we have our JWT settings. We have the secret key. So you see it is telling us super secret change in production in 32 characters. We have audience. Then we have token response. So it's supposed to tell us, so this is a model, it's supposed to tell us the access token, the refresh token, token expiry, token type, and the user information. So the user information is the ID, full name, email, and also it should tell us the company. So you can see here we have the company. So these are the most important details that we need in a user. Then under program.cs, So it has added it has added some new details. So we have the database, we have identity here, then we have the JWT. So it will get section, that is JWT settings section name. So these settings, this is a model. It will have to get all, you see these values: secret key, issuer, audience, access, token expiry, and refresh should actually match what is there in the app settings. You see this should ensure you have it there. Now if you come to application DB context, it has added a, you see we have our refresh token table. This is what we had added previously. So we should be able to have every time a token is refreshed. So we need to know that. Then we now have our controller. So this is our controller. It has a JWT service. You see it here. We have our application DB context, and then we have the I options settings. So then one thing is we need to have we have authentication user. We post login details. Then it will find us by email. Then you see we record login history. So this record login history, we'll have to log all the details that we are getting from the user whenever they are logging in. So a login can be successful or not. So if you can see here, we are getting the user agent. Then we say login history. We get the IP address, browser, device, login successfully, failure, and all that. Then if you check, let's just check on the controller. So this was login. We have refresh, so that is refreshing a token. Then we have revoke all. So revoke all refresh token for the current user. Then we have issue token async. So record login history. Then you have the token. So this is the login details that you need to pass. So we'll be passing the device info. So this is the browser or client identifier login history. So we have the password and the email. Then refresh token will be just access token and refresh token. Then you have the JWT service. So here we have generate access token, refresh token, and get principal from expire token. So all these details you see here. So I think let's just build it. So we've been able to have now our token endpoints. So I think we have an issue. So let's just confirm. So the models, I'll just do away with that. So we have an issue with, yeah, it added some issues on Swagger to help us test our API in case we need authentication. So you can see here, it's adding this information. So let's just wait. So this is for Swagger. So let me just do that. And if I do this, if we need to import anything here, so it will refresh this. Let's just wait. So you can see using OpenAPI. This one, yeah, it's still, let me just wait. Let's just wait for it to build. So it's refreshing again. So let's just wait. So if you're following this episode until this particular point, just subscribe, like the video, and also comment down below. So let's just, so we have the authorization filter. It's telling us, let's just see this. So let's just build and see. Let's just see what is the issue here. So I'm trying to reuse this. So I think it has addressed it. So that is the Swagger. Let's build it. So trying to add the JWT authorization ways to add that. So if we just launch it, we realize now on our API you'll be having something here called authorization. So let's just launch it. If we do, let me just wait. I think it has removed, but we'll see that. But if you check on our endpoints, we need to have, so we have another, so you see, we have token. So if I do here token, you can see I can request here, provide the user email and password and the device information, and I'll get the details of the application. So that is what I want us to do. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to register a user. And you can see this is the basic information about a user. Now, I want us to remove most. So if you check on the users, post method. So I'll do here post. Let me just create user. So if you see this create user request, we have roles. So roles are actually is a list of roles. So, but before doing that, we need to have, so you see here we have our application roles. So let me just clean this controller as well. So I'll just come here, clean this controller, make it production ready. So that's what I want us to do. So we can clean the controller. That is our, so that is this controller here, application. So we need to add the roles before doing anything in our app. So instead of creating users, we'll first need to create roles. Then once we create roles, then we can, but the challenge now is, yeah, I think the created by and the created on is nullable. So that will allow us to create some data there. So that's fine. So that's acceptable. So we can proceed and work on that. So let's just wait for this to complete. So I think it's done. So if you come here, we have the create role. So we have the name, description, and the company ID and that. But now we have a response and that. Then we have our controller has also been updated. So for our controller, we are using the role manager. So you see, so you're using the identity functions. So the role manager and also the user manager. So the good thing also, you can have identity endpoints. So that's also another good thing that you can do. Then you have create role. So when you create role, it will be coming here, create company ID and that, and do this, all this. But now there's one thing, for everything that we are doing, we must be having a company. We said our application is multi-tenant. So I don't know if we have companies. So we just come to our database. Do you have companies? Just imagine we don't have it. So why do we have our application? and we don't have companies. So we need to create a model. We need to create a model here called company. Not really. I think we have a model for company. Yes, this is the model for company. Do you have a table for companies? Yes, I think we had added it. We have it here. That's cool. So for the company, we have the registration number, tax, phone number, and all these details. Now, I want us to create, so this is the registration of a company. So before anything happens to our application, we must first register a company. So we must register this company, and then you see we were using the auditable details. We have the created by and all this, and it was also borrowing from this code. Then you also have the company ID. So I want us to change something. So for us, I want us to only borrow the auditable details. So I'll just copy these details here. And then for our company model, I'll just paste it down here. Because I only want, then I can make these nullables. And also these nullable. These cannot, let's just leave it. Then the others are clear. So then we also need here to have an int. Not really. We need to borrow some things here. ID description is active, is deleted. So I can just borrow those. I can have them here. So these others can be at the tail end. So after doing that, we need to add migrations. So I'll just say here add migrations. Then once you have that, you can add, say, add migrations. Then you say companies updates. Companies updates. That's best. So you can see our migration is running. So if all is well, then we should be able to proceed. And you can see here we can now update database. You can see here update database. So sorry, just be sensitive there. Update database. So once that is updated, then we are cool. So our table will be updated, and we now have our table for storing all the companies. So we said our application will be multi-tenant. So that means we need to first register all the companies, and then we can now proceed and do any other thing. So you can see it's running a lot of migrations. I think there are some tables that we had not added. So just check. There we go. It's done. So you see we have, let's see some of the tables that we had not added. See here. Yeah, it was actually renaming some of the things, I think, in our application. So if you check on the migration file, there is a drop these. So if we check on our table now, let's just refresh and see. I think it will be renaming some. You see, we have some of these tables, ASPNET users. We have ASPNET user roles. So the next thing that we need to do now is I want us to create a table, company. So just let me just tell it now. Create endpoints to to add companies CRUD. So let's create for it, and we should be having so it will create for us a class that will help us create a company. So let's just wait how that looks like. So if you come here, we now have a model here. We have a model for us that is helping us. So we need to, this model will be storing all the companies. So if we check here, we have all the companies here that we are going to, that's where we are going to store. Now, one thing that you need to know, for each of these companies, you must be registered for you to use the system. So every person accessing the application will be tied to a certain company. So let's just check. So I think we had worked on the controller and things. But now, remember we had different models. So we had a model for creating company. So here, if you check, we have the company bank account. We have the company contacts. We have the company documents. And we also have the company holidays. So that is generally all the information related to a company. So when adding all these details, then we need to have a very robust endpoint. So you can see company response. So we need to have a company name, description, registration number, phone, website, logo, address, postal code, country, currency, time zone, notes created on. That's fine. Then we have, so for the posting, we need to have the contacts, bank, documents, and holidays. Then the company contacts, we have this detail, we have the bank, we have the document, and we also have the holiday. So this is the company holidays. Then the request, create. When you are creating now, we need to have the code, the description, and you can see we have here the validations that we need to do. So these validations, in case you send something wrong, then we are able to get the validations. We have registration number, the tax number, phone number, alternate phone number, email address, website, financial year. Then we now have a controller. So we have a controller here to guide us now. If you check it, we have a controller for creating, so this is a get company by details. So we are getting company. So that's fine. Then we have here get contacts, get banks, get holidays, then it will give you. Then you also have the create company. So here you will pass the company code, name, and all that details. Then you can update the company, you can delete company, you can activate, deactivate, get contacts, you can add contact to a company. See here, that's fine. Then you can also remove contact. You can also get banks related to a company, and you can also add bank details related to a company. So here you can also say here, remove bank. For the documents, you can also get documents. You can add a document based on a company and remove document. Then you have holidays. You can add, you can get holidays and you can also add an holiday based on a company. Then remove holidays, check if a company exists, get, so all this. Then here we have mappers. So I think that's fine. So if I just launch this, we have our, where is our controller? So on our controller, common, you see, we have here companies. So if I just launch, we now have an endpoint to create all these companies. So if you're watching our video until this particular point and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So you notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you're one of them, just consider subscribing and also like the video. So you can see here, we now have our endpoints. So we now have application roles. So these are roles: activate role, deactivate, permissions, and all that. Then we now have companies. You see here, we have companies. We have a get company, and you can create a company. You see, you have code, name, and all these details. Now, I think we are doing much better, but there is one thing that I want us to do. So I want us to create now, start creating, because I think for the API, people now want to start how we are going to create this application, the front end. And that's what I want us to do. So let me just check now where we are. And yes, so I'll just come here and I say, we create a folder here from smart farm management systems. So I'll just close this. Let me just close it. I want to move it somewhere. So no. So then if I just open it now, you should be able to see it. Then within here, I want to create a folder. Called smart, then front. So I'm going to create, you're going here to have, going to open a VS Code, then open the folder that I've just created. Let me just navigate to that folder. So let me just share with you guys so that you see what I'm doing. So we have a folder here now. So here, I'll just now within this folder now, I want us to start, remember we've created our API, and this API of ours, it should interact with a front-end application. So that front-end application is what we want now to build and work on it. Okay. So just a minute. Now I want us to, you see, we've been able to add to create our folder, and we have our API. So what I want us to do, I want us to create our front end, and that front end, it should have all the modules that we'll be working on in our application. So instead of us just starting and working on that, so I want us to have, I'm going to paste a prompt that will help us to get the entire system, that is front end. So you can see here, so I'll just have my prompt here. So this prompt will give us all the modules. So I'll say trust the folder. So that will give us, so let's just do other things as it proceeds to create the front end. Then we'll be able to see how that front end looks like. Now we've been able to add the that is the company's endpoint. Then we have the token endpoint, which we've been able to see. So let me just confirm everything is okay. Yeah, so it's a reading, can do your skip. Then if you come to farmer documents and farmers, so I'll just want to also update my farmer model. So let me just ask it, say also clean it, this controller, make it production ready. So it will give us the, it will clean our endpoints and ensure that you can see when we are posting farmer here, we don't have DTOs. So it will create for us and just ensure that we are ready to post data to our application and do all the other things. So I think we had an issue here. So let's just wait. Now it's checking our controller and we should be good to go. So if you're following our series until this particular point, subscribe, like the video, and also comment down below. So we have our endpoints. So you can see we are creating a smart farm management system. We have application roles, so where we can create application, get all the roles, delete, activate, deactivate others, permissions, do the management of the documents. We have the branches, business units, companies. You can activate a company, deactivate, and also we have get the contacts, get the bank details, get the documents, holidays. We have the countries. You can create a country, currencies, departments, farmers, languages, locations, and all manner of things. Now we are going to enhance it. So just to avoid us having the normal create using the models. So I want us to use the DTOs. So you can see this is the create farmer request. So it has all these details. You have update farmer request, and also we have the create a farmer contact details. You have the bank, and also we have the create farmer documents. So all these fields here. So all these fields. Then we have the response. So whenever we create a farmer, so we are getting these responses. So these are the properties that we should be having. So we have here farmer number, first name, middle name, last name, national ID, passport, farmer type, country, and then you have the farmer details. And also, let's just check the other. I think it's installing our Vite. So let's just wait. So once everything is fine, then Let me just have it here so that I monitor. So these other ones, we have the farmers controller. So it will, let me just update. So you can get farmers based on the company they are in. We have create a farmer. You can check whether a farmer number exists. If it exists, you throw an error. Else you can map all these details. Then you save changes. You can update a farmer details, and that is all. So let's just proceed here. You can delete a farmer. You can verify a farmer. You can activate a farmer. So you can see here activation means farmer is active. Then you save changes. You can deactivate whether it's active or inactive. Then you have add contact. So you can add contact to a farmer. You can remove contacts, get bank details. Then here you can say add bank. Then you remove bank. Then you say get documents. So here you say create farmer, then you save that. Then here you check if the farm exists. So all these details here. Then you have our mappers. So that's fine. You don't have a problem with that. So if we launch this application now, we'll be having all the endpoints related to a farmer. So, which is a cool thing. So let's just wait and see. So we are launching. So let's just launch our endpoints. So there we go. So if we refresh this, you can see we have the farmers. We have the farmers details. You have the farmers. You can get farmers post, get by an ID, put, delete, put farmer. That is verifying. You can activate, deactivate. You get the contacts. You can add contacts. You can delete contacts. Get the bank details and all that. So then you have the languages. So I think that's more related to a farmer. So let's just so then we have also the documents. So here we can also need to clean. You can just say clean this controller as well. So these are documents related to a farmer. So every farmer will be needed to upload certain documents, whether supporting documentation, and then we need to use it. So you can see how this looks like. So all should be okay. Now let's just check how these so let's just proceed and see. So for the documents here, we have the farmer request documents. So let's just check here. Then we have our documents controller here. You can see you can get certain documents based on the, you see, check the expiry. You also have get a document. You can also create a document. So let me just around this. So you can create a document. You can also have update document. Then we have the delete documents. We have get expiry documents. Then here, this is our mapper. So I think it's looking great. So we just proceed here, and we have so we have here our endpoints. So let me just move forward. So on our front end, we are actually installing so you can see we are installing our React front end. So it's installing, and we are using Vite. So you can see currently this is how the application is installing. So it's installing the front end, and we'll be hooking this to our application and also connecting it to our front end. So stay tuned. It's actually an interesting application whereby we are going to create the front end and link it back to the back end, and ensure that we are able to also work with the API. So let's just check on the endpoints here. So as we check here, we have our web API. Then we have so we were doing the farmer documents. So you can see here, you can get documents of a farmer. You can get a document by ID, get document by you delete, and also get expiring documents. So we've been able to manage this, but now I want us to, we'll now start focusing on our front end, because we've been able to add basic endpoints. So there are two main endpoints that I want us to do. That is system code and system code details. So you see here, we have an endpoint for system code, which is this one, and also an endpoint for system code detail and also settings. So I think I can also scaffold here an endpoint for settings. Let me just, what have I done? So let me just stop this. Let me just, if we come to tools, I'll reset. What did I do? Where is my solutions? So let me just close it. I think, yeah. So let me allow this. So I'm installing some of the features here. I think I did something here which I messed up everything. So I want us to add settings controller. Sorry. I want us to add settings controller here. I'll just say new. So I'll just right click here, then say add new scaffolded item, API controller with actions. Then I'll select here settings. I'll say here settings. I'll call these settings. Where is it? Here. Then that will be our controller. Then we check these other. So I'm installing my front end. That is the front end, and I'm using a prompt just to install everything. So this is just doing the setups. So we're just installing the first setup, and we're going to use Byte. So as you can see here, we have our index page, and it's installing some of the npm. So you can see here we have the lints, we have all these leaflets, all those. So then we'll be hooking this to our API that we've just developed. So this API of ours here, so you can see our settings has been created. I see. I think we had created an endpoint for settings. So let me also allow this. So you can see it is creating all those directories. So it will create all the directories that I want here for our application. So you can see, and then we have that. You can do allow insertion. Then I'll just do everything there. So if we check on our controller, what does it say? So we have another controller here. Say the namespace global already contain definition of system settings controller. So you see this controller here. I see. So we have general. Yes, I think we had created it. So I'll just delete this. So under general, we have our settings. So, and I don't think we had system. Yes, we can do system code detail. So let's just do system code. I think we had not generated that. So I'll just say system code and system codes. Then if you come back here, you'll just realize that everything is running as expected. So it's going now to add, so you can see it's adding our navigation pages. So we have the constants, all you can see our modules now. We have the dashboards, farmer management, crop management, all these modules that you see here. So we are going to work on it and just trying to align our front end so that we don't take long coding this particular application. So if you like what you see, just comment down below and tell us what you want to see in this application. So we are going to ensure that we are doing, we do everything end to end, and you're going to love it. So if you are new to MacroCode, stay tuned. So this is the best place to be. And if you feel we are doing much, just subscribe, like the video, and you can join the community. So if I go to, so this is a sidebar. So it's trying to add all those, but as it does that, it's trying to create also the pages. So as it does that, we can be adding, so we've added our system code detail. So I'll just move it here. So you can see we now have our system code. I can also add a controller for system code detail. I'll scaffold, and I can select here system code detail, and I can add it. Now we need to keep everything here. Then as you can see, our modules here, it's generating the features, that is the pages and things. Now we have, you can see here we have the core, we have the API, that is the HTTP clients. So remember, we are going to interact with our application. Now we have here some dashboards and reflections even on the, we have the query, see? Then you have our pages. So we have the dashboard. So these are the part of the dashboards. Then we have, so if you check on the index, let's just check. So I'll go to components. We also have maps, just imagine. So we have the maps, and we have, let's check on the main. We have our styles here. We'll just keep them. Then I'll just keep them. Then what else? Theme, that's fine. The pages, system, modules. Yes. So let's just wait for that. Now, if you check on our application, we are going to, so we've generated the system code. And just to take note, on our application, everything is going to link to, different, so let me just check here. So if you check here, we have the companies that we've just created. So we are calling it companies, but in reality, they are kind of tenants. So each application, for example, what we've done in our application, if you check every user, they are tied to a specific tenant. So if you see here, we have the first name. So if I zoom this, you have the first name, middle name, full name, address, country, and you have your company. So this company ID, I think we might have done something here wrong. So we need to have here, this should be a foreign key. So we'll do here company, and this should be, so I think we had not done it here. So this is a company, and this is also company. So if you do that, you need to import the model. I'll just say here company. Yes. So what is the issue here? So here, the problem here now is we need to have, we borrow from common. You see this one? That's fine. So this one is what we, everything will be tied to a certain tenant. So that is why we need to, people should understand that. So as you can see here, our application is that. So we have, you can see here we have every application user is tied to a company. But now we need to do one thing. So this application, we are going to use, it is actually multi-tenant. So a tenant represents an independent customer using this particular application. So we are going to have that. So each tenant will have their own users. They'll own their own data, and they'll own their own subscription, and they cannot access another tenant's data. So each tenant will have an independent, so the tenant actually represents kind of an independent customer. So the company that you see here is actually a legal business entity that belongs to a tenant. So that is one thing that we need to know. So we want us to create, I think we have not created that table for tenants, and we want us to come to the models. So let's just come to table, Then here we'll create a table called tenant. So we need to create a table here called tenant. So I'll say tenant. So I'll just create that table. So the table that we've just created for tenant, we are going to do one thing. So we are going to have public. So I'll do here. I'll also have here as a auditable entity. So if we say auditable entity, we have all this, and it's also going back to the company ID. So this tenant that you see here, we are going to have it as you can say public as string. We have tenant code. There we go. Then here I'll come here and say tenant. So this one will be tenant name. Let me just check our, let's just proceed. So we have the tenant name. So these can be string empty. You do your string empty. Then we can say we can have the domain. So I can come here and say tenant, can do your domain. Then we have that. Then here we can come here and also copy this. We say, or we can just use this. We say subscription plan. So we need to know their subscription plan. Then we need to also know if it's suspended or not. So I can come here and say bool, say a bool, and here we say this is active. You can just do that, and you can also have here is suspended. Is suspended. Can have here is suspended. Then this tenant is linked to actually kind of a company. So you can have multiple companies using one tenant. So one thing that we need to do now, remember we've been able to do, we've added the tenant code, tenant name, the domain, subscription plan, and is active. Then this tenant, we need now to go to company. Each company that you have here, that you see here, must belong to a particular tenant. So I'll just come here and say tenant ID. Then I'll need to add that is a foreign key from tenant. So that's what we need to do. So you can see here we have the company. So each company belongs to a particular tenant, and we have a tenant table. So this tenant table, we have the tenant code, tenant name, domain, subscription is suspended, and whether it's true. So here we can also say this, just maintain this to be false. Then that's fine. So once we have so instead of just so if you check on our company, we now have the tenant ID and we have the ID. So there are two main important things that we are going to use in this application going forward. That is the tenant ID and also the company ID. So that those two navigations. So you see we have this tenant ID, and for every section we'll be having also the company ID. So that is what we are going to use. So if you check now, for most of our auditable details, there is something we added on our base entity. So we added something we are calling company ID. So what I want us to add here is actually now what we've introduced called tenant ID. So we need to say here tenant ID, and also we'll be having their tenant ID. So we'll be having these two. So each company will be tied. Multiple companies can be tied to a tenant. Then we'll be having, for each record that we are going to have in the database, can be linked directly to a tenant. So remember, we created this base entity, and this base entity, we are using it across. So you can see here, we are linking to auditable entity, and this auditable entity is inherits from base entity. And now we have here the company ID and also the tenant ID. So we are going to register most of the companies, and we are going to tie them to a tenant. So as you can see now, most of these fields, like for example, branch, it's borrowing from that. We can know from which company and which tenant. We also have the business unit. It also borrows the same. The cities, you can see here, the city is a kind of general. So then we also have the company accounts. It also borrows from the same thing, goes to the base, and we have the tenant ID and also the company ID. So those two navigations is very important. So remember, we are creating this as a software as a service, and now the tenant will be very important. So what does this means? We can actually onboard company A, B, C, D without creating separate databases for each. So that is why we've chosen to go this approach. So we can create that. So the main thing that we need to focus on was actually this auditable table. It has to have, you can see the base entity. It has to have the company ID and also the tenant ID. So that is the most important thing. Then you can see here we have the byte raw version. So we can just have here something we can say timestamp. Then this one, we can have it as an array, and we can say array.empty byte. So that is our raw version. So this we are actually building this smart farm management system mainly for commercial use. It will be an enterprise-ready smart farm management system built with ASPNETCore React, and it supports multi-company support. So introducing a tenant entity from this particular point will actually ensure that we are in good trajectory. So even if we first deploy with only one customer, so it keeps this system to enhance and actually accommodate more users without any changes. So we are not going to create multiple databases for different users. So we're just going to use the same database, but now it will be controlled by these two important fields. So I think up to there, we've been able to create something very important. So here we now can create a new controller and common. So I can scaffold new scaffolded item, and I can say here API controller with actions. Then I can say here tenant. So I can have my tenant. So remember, for each entry, for each table, we'll be having tenant ID and the company ID for each record that you are going to have it in our database. So instead of us having separate databases for separate clients, we've killed that now for the entire application. So if you are new to MacroCode and you like what you see, just comment down below. Tell us what you feel. If you have any question, chat us there and we'll be able to respond. So I can see some of the team here. So thank you for the comments. Some of you watching from South Sudan. Thank you so much. And let's just like the video, comment, and also share. So if you just check, we've created now a tenant controller. So I'm going to move this controller to here, and this controller, let me just come here and reset this layout. Then I can let me just come here and say, where is it? Tools. Let's come here. Let's say here, I want us to, let me open this chart. Then I want us to first do one thing. So let's clean this controller. I'll just say clean these tenants controller production ready. So you already now have that, but I'm going to show you, we need to add the migration so that you see how this is going to look like. So I'll just keep that. So I'm already running, so there are some things running in the background just to create our front end. So you can see here, this is how our front end is coming up. We have the index, where is it? We have the index HTML, and we have all these features up and running. So I think everything is now almost ready here. So let me just check if I try to launch this. So let me just try to check something here. So if we go to terminal, and I can close this. So I can say here, I can say here build. Let me just tell it to launch. Then let's wait for it to launch as we go to our API here. So I think it's already up and running. So this should be okay. So let's just check our controller here. So we have our tenant response. So when you are creating tenants, thank you so much for watching from Nigeria. We are able to see you. So thank you for the questions and engaging. So we have here tenant response. We have the tenant code, tenant name, domain, subscription plan, description. We have is suspended. So we have here a status. So then we have tenant request. So this is when we're requesting a tenant. So you can see here we have the domain, and it must follow certain formats. So you can see we have the validations. These are the regular expressions that you can add so that you accept valid data to our app. We have the tenant code and the tenant name. You have subscription plan and description. So you also have the you can update tenant and do that. So as we've seen, all our application now, for every tenant, every application, every data that we'll be having will be tied to two main important fields, the tenant ID and the company ID. Now let's check our app. I think we've been able to, let's just launch our front end. We've been able to design that, and using our Vite, we should be able to see just how it looks. So let's just launch and see. So there we go. So with just a prompt, we've been able to get these front ends, and we are going to design it just to, you can see how it looks like. So you're able to add that farm manager, see crops, greenhouse. So we have all these sections. So let me just, if you click here, this is the front end. But before that, we are going to enhance this and ensure that we have all the fields. You can see even we have some of we are using leaflets to control that. But for example, assuming we have something like, we check here, we have administration or even the farm manager. So we have a button to add new. So you can see here we have new, export, import, create new. So we don't have those features yet. So we've not added anything on this application, and we are going to add it. So this is just the start of how the UI will look like. So you can see here we have this. Now, so I've just prompted the Copilot to give me something that I can start with instead of creating it from afresh. So we are going to build and work on this so that we have a great UI. So don't worry. So if you come to our controller, we should be able to see something going on. I think it's creating our controller. But now, if you go back to our app, I want us to check something. So just on our front end, on our app, I can just say improve the landing page, use modern styles and graphs, add the CRUD pages to each module with validations and API post ready. Now, then we have yes, React CSS and my forms, grids, buttons and icons. So just trying to allow Copilot to do much on that, then we'll just be able to see what it does. Now this is I think it's still writing some things for us here. So here, so this is going to upgrade. So let's just see how it is going to do that. But I think we've been able to see how the landing page will look like. So it will be something like this. So let me just allow this to proceed. It will look like this. And we are going to add more features here. And you can see here, you can change the design, how it looks like. And if I do that, it comes back here. Notifications, we have messages. And if we check here on the users, we have various modules that we are going to do. So you can, the organization that we've just done, this is the companies that we've created. We have the authentication, that is the login page, Smart Farm Management System. And here we just provide some weird characters and maybe sign in. So we are going to log into that. Then we have the farm management. So remember, we've had a lot of details related to farm management. So creation of the farm. So you can see here farm and all that. You have the crops, livestock, greenhouse, and all this. Then we have projects. We also have some bits of HR. Then we have notifications and approvals. So we'll see how we are going to work on this, and this will be the API that we are going to add to our application. So if you're following how this application is going to look like. So I think we are already in the good trajectory. And if you haven't subscribed to MacroCode, stay tuned. This is where you learn and get to work on some of the things that are practical, that you can actually implement in real world scenarios. So let's just wait for, I think there was before even we do anything, remember we changed something on our identities. So that is on the entities. We can come here and add migration. So I'll say here, so we didn't add tenants on a table. Where is it? On the application database, we didn't add the tenant ID, tenant table. So we need to come here and say tenant. So we'll just do tenants, and here I'll just have tenants. So that's fine. So let's just confirm this. So this is being added. Now, after doing that, I'll come here and say NuGet package manager console. Then I can say here, add, say migration, and I say tenants details. So if I say tenants details, then I add it, then I should be able to get the details of updated tenant details to our database. So let's just wait for the migration to run, and we should be able to have all those details added. So let's just wait that and see how that looks like. So as you can see here, it's relationship, ignore property. We have where is it? So it's even able to create relationship and again where is this? Application user company. So we just go to users. Let's just go to users. So we realize that we have the int. Let me just comment this, and then you see. So I just come here and I can add tenant details. So we have our front end as well. Let me just add it. So then we have all those modules. I think will be so you can see here we have the customers, we have the hooks, we have the documents, we have the CRM, we have the approvals, assets management. So we'll be doing all that just to ensure that we have everything ready. So let's confirm we have an issue, determine relation between branch and tenant branch. So if you come to application DB context here, I can show you something. So I'll do this. So you can say here branch, and I say here tenant ID. So if I add this, then it should not be something to bother. So let's just wait and see how this goes along. You can see some of the details here is being added. So we have all the CRUD forms. For example, if you go to customers, So you should be able to see we have the DTOs, we have the pages, we have the service, validators, and types. So you should be able to have all these pages added. So you can check here. We have the hooks, validators. So as it adds that, so let's just wait for it to add. We also have here not beyond between company tenant and tenant company. So I can come here and say here company, and you can say tenant. Yes. Then I can add this. So once we have that, let me just do this. So it's adding some of these options to our landing page. And once all is okay, then you can proceed to, so this is the dashboard. So it's working on the dashboard. And once it's fine, then we'll be good to go. So I don't think there is any problem there. So you can see our migration details has been added. We have all these fields that needs to be added to the databases. So if I just on the table, so if I just do update database, then we'll have all the fields that we selected being added to our tables. So you can see build succeeded. So let's just wait and see. So you can see here we have some things here being worked on. So addressing the errors, and we should be good to go. So if you go to our API, you can see cannot alter column to be data type timestamp. So I think let me just check if we do this. Just want to remove the timestamp bit. But all the, let me just give it to Copilot. So this one has a problem. So let me just say we say remove migration just to undo the migration that we've just done. Then I'll go to tenant, company, then tenant, not tenant auditable, then base entity. I can remove this. Then I'll come here again and add the same migration. So we just remove that. Then if you check on this other end, I think it's just add everything. So our dashboard now, I think we still have some few things to add on. Let's just wait and see. So if you check on our, okay, so this has added, it has added, so you can just do here update database. Then we should be good to go. So it will update our database. Let's confirm this if it's okay. So if this is updated, I'll show you something in our database. So you can see it's running all those commands. So let me allow this to execute. So all these commands, you can see we have introducing foreign key can cause yes. So you can see here we have companies, tenants. Oh, I see. We have a problem that we've created. If you go to company, we've added the tenant ID. Then for tenant, we have also added it will come back here. Yes, so there is something wrong we've done. I can just come here and do this. So on the tenant, I'll do this. Then I'll come here and borrow this. I just want to avoid something. So you see that I can do away with this. We have the ID, code name. Do you even need this? I can just come here and do this. Then tenant is active, created on and created by. Then I can remove this. Then here, just remove migration. Then re-add again. So I'll remove that migration, then I can re-add another one. We should be able to have resolved that problem. Add tenant details. So a tenant, it should not linking to company. So you should be having companies pointing to tenants. Then you can update database. So if you check our app now, this other one is almost done. So let's just wait. So we have all the pages. So if you come at the top, you can see like leave management. You have the components, you have the pages. Let's check like farm components. You have the pages. You have the types, validators, hooks. So we'll check on this. Let's just finish. Then you can see this is complete. So we don't have any problem now. So I wanted to show you something on our database. So if you go to the tables that we've added, for every application, for every application that, for every table that we have, let's just wait. So let's just go to, for every table that we have, you will see a table here. It has the tenant ID. So I can see here a question. Let me just go directly to the question. Yes, question about some people actually use different approaches in relations to tenants. So you're saying here some people uses a third-party library for multi-tenant like NetCode-Hub library, and also for ABP a framework. So you're asking if there's any advantage between using these frameworks and doing it our own way. So that's an excellent question, and so it's also one of the very important things that you should consider before creating a very large system like this one. So my answer to that is it depends on your goals. So for example, if I were building maybe an internal business application quickly, I'll consider using a framework like ABP or .multitenant. So, but for this series that we are doing for building a commercial smart farm management system from scratch, so I'll actually implement multi-tenancy myself. So there are various reasons to this. So of actually building your own multi-tenant architecture. So that is what I'm doing. I'm just building my own multi-tenant architecture, and there are advantages to that. You now fully understand the architecture instead of relying on some magic inside a framework. So you'll need to know how the tenant resolution works, data filtering works, authentication works, authorization, and even the database isolation. So that's actually some of the knowledge that you need to have. But for what we are doing, there is no framework lock-in. So on the frameworks, the frameworks actually kind of solves some of those problems that you don't have to worry. So, but if you're doing Finbaco, so Finbaco is one of the best lightweight libraries for ASPNETCore multi-tenancy. So it provides you with tenant resolution, host-based tenancy, header-based tenancy, root-based tenancy, all those, and even the per tenant configuration. So it's very light and it's easy to integrate. It's actually great for software as a service application, and it works well with the ASPNETCore. But it has some disadvantages. So you'll still need to design your own domain models, and you'll still need to build your own authorization and business logic. So you'll need to understand how the library resolves the tenants. But for the ABP, is a complete enterprise application framework. It has the multi-tenancy, identity, permissions, audit logging, localization, unit of work, and all those. So the only disadvantage with APP is it has some steeper learning curve. There are many concepts beyond standard ASPNETCore, and it has a strong dependence on ABP conventions. So it's also more difficult to explain what is happening under the hood in some of the things that we are doing here. So many organizations tend to combine both approaches, that is using your own domain models, building your own tenant strategy, your own authorization, you have your own middleware, and even auditing. Others might still want to use a specific, using library specific things. But for this one, I prefer to actually build it. I build the multi-tenancy myself. So I think that's, it's not much thing, so it depends. So I'll not maybe rely on, I think that's clear now, answered to that question. So yeah, I think up to where we've done, so you can see here we have our, so as you can see on these tables that we've done, you have your departments. So for each of our data, of our table, you'll realize we have this field here. We have the tenant ID, and you also, for each of the table, you'll be having that field. So you'll be having the tenant ID and also the company ID. So you see this tenant ID. So you'll see tenant ID and the company ID. So you can actually filter the data based on the tenancy and also on the companies that are accessing the data. So you have the control now. So I think we've done so much. Let me just check on our application. So if you go to our front end, let me just refresh this. So you realize that let me just check, we have an issue. I'll just lints npm run dev. So let's just check if there is an issue. You can see here we have 75. So let's just check. I think there is a problem somewhere here. Let's address that. So then I think we've been able to do that. So if you just launch our API, you can be able to see all those things. So let's just launch our API. And as you can see here, I have my Swagger. Let me just launch. And you can see we have all these endpoints here. So I think let me just allow that. Let's resolve that. Then we are going to stop there for today. Then tomorrow we'll be able to proceed with more of this content. So if you are new to MacroCode and you haven't subscribed, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. We notice 90% of you guys are watching our videos and you haven't subscribed. So if you're one of them, just consider subscribing, like the video, and also comment down below. So let's just update this and see how that looks. So thank you for those who are following. We have someone who has been very engaging from Nigeria. We appreciate your time and the questions that you've been sharing. So let's just see. I hope you stay tuned and in touch. Hope to see you soon. So let's just address some of the issues that we have here. Then we can just wrap it up. So if we just go to our API, so these are some of the endpoints that we have. So you can see here we have the locations, permissions, and also system codes, users, and things. So, but for our application, I want us to, let me just wait and see how it looks like. So I think we had opened this application and you are able to see. So let's just check if there is anything that needs to be addressed. So it's trying to patch, and we should be good to go. So let's just wait. So it's trying to add that. I think we have one error. Then let's just want to see how the front end looks like. Let's just keep that. So I think it has addressed that. So let's just confirm. So you can see this is our landing page. So we have organization details. You can see that. You can say create organization. You're able to have the form. You can see the status, budget. We have the farmer.
You can create a farmer. So it has added for us some basic information about what we have done. So then we have the crop, can create a crop. So it has given us some basic forms. But I think based on what we have here, we are going to enhance this application and also start pulling now data from our API that we've just created. So if you like what you see, subscribe to MacroCode, comment down below, and see you in our next video.